Everybody, and welcome back. I'm Conqueror, and this is another full run in Victoria 3. We're going to be playing as Britain. Thank you so much for joining me. So, we played as Britain about 5 months ago. Let me show you roughly how that ended. Something like this. 600 million GDP, 18 standard of living, 250 men, lot of radicals and loyalists, 6,000 prestige. And that was in 1884. You can see we also had, pretty big chunks of Africa and pretty big chunks of America. So the objective for this campaign is beat that, do better than that campaign. So the other objective I have is to not get bogged down in any intractable European wars. Those of you who watch my Russia game may know something about that. So what we're going to try and do is stay very friendly with the European powers. France, Prussia, Russia, Austria. Russia might be harder. We might rival Russia. Russia is friendly with Austria and Prussia, of course, in the Holy Alliance right now. But Prussia, France, and Austria, the three main ones. I want to stay friendly with them. I want to invest in them. Because the other main objective I have for this game, I want stupendously wealthy companies. Will that be doable? Especially because we start with the Hudson's Bay Company and the East India Company, neither of which I think are excellent. The extra convoys from East India will be useful, and the extra colonial growth is nice, but I don't think that either of them are perfect. But yeah, we're going to try and get some really prosperous companies. What we could really do with, honestly, is investment rights in Russia so that our forestry company of Hudson's Bay could start buying up logging camps in Russia. That would be good. That would be very good. So yes, objectives. Don't get too bogged down in European warfare, but do try and spread our influence via the power block to places like Belgium, Denmark. If we can avoid the North German Confederation forming, so much the better. But if we can't, that's fine. In fact, you know what? Let's specifically not try and prevent that forming. I want it to form, and I want to out-industrialize it, despite not hampering it much in wars at home. That sounds like a flex to me. So, yes, Hanoverian succession, and yes, we need to tell Brazil to stop the old slave trade business. Now, I think opening moves. Basically, it's Mexico and Qing. Great Qing. I would like to play with the idea of a treaty port. I don't know if Hong Kong is actually the best place for it. The market price impact is probably better than the Yellow River, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I think it is. But yeah, I like the idea of playing with exporting grain from Qing. Exporting grain, importing opium, and then we have people working in, less people working in grain manufacturing, more people working in opium plantations in various parts of our market. But yeah, people at home just working on industrial goods seems fun. I think what we do is we go after Mexico first, because the sooner we go after Mexico, the less infamy we're going to get for yoinking all this land. The other thing we need to do, okay, we already have it, good. I was going to say immediately increase the colonial affairs law. We are already on what? On resettlement. Now we might want to move to exploitation. Not immediately. There'll be more important laws, but yeah. So get all this land and do as much colonizing in here as we can before the Americans get claims. That's the key. We need to try and get in here as fast as possible before the Americans get claims on all this land, so we are actually able to colonize it, basically. Are there already American claims in here? Does it tell you when there are claims? It doesn't. If you can't reach the state, it doesn't tell you. But yeah, getting in here, getting Texas, getting Mexican land, that's step 1. Step 2, treaty port on Qing. Step 3, spending our infamy on cooldown to grab little unrecognized powers. And we're just going to try and fight loads of little unrecognized powers, grabbing up relevant bits of land, and the bit of Africa that we are declaring our own, it will not come as a surprise, is this bit. We're going to do what we can to try and seize as much of this as possible, really monopolize the rubber trade. Meanwhile, one of the places we'll be directing our attention against unrecognized powers will, of course, be here. Grab some of that oil. May also make a play for a British East Indies company as well as East India. That's the plan. Let's see how it goes. Opening moves going pretty well. We now have an investment. Didn't we have an investment treaty with France? No, that's right. We have an investment treaty with Belgium and the Netherlands and Prussia and Austria and Spain and Portugal and the Ottoman Empire. Most of which are bound for 25 years. I think the Belgium one I bound for 99 years. Just the perpetual investment. Trade and investment rights in Belgium. Meanwhile, the war for Mexico. We're going to yoink all of this, revoke these 2 claims so that we can start colonizing the area. And we're also going to war with Texas before they can join the US of A. Seems good to me. Also reorganizing the army. A thrust, parry, cut, and stab forces. Indicated this is defensive, this is offensive with kill rate, this is offensive with capture rate. Nice. Next up, of course, the Opium Wars. Yoink. There we go. Very nice. Also, Queen Victoria's in charge. An Irish voice. Equality starts here. Hell yeah. Nice. Oh, wait. Who did that replace? I didn't check. I should probably have checked. I assumed it was a agitator, but it wasn't. Who have I just replaced? Please don't be someone problematic. Got a Scottish Protestant. There it is, an Irish Catholic, and now we have a radical in charge of the intelligentsia rather than a reformer, which is what we had before. Radical, I mean, it's not the worst. It's definitely not the worst. So, onwards towards China, I think. The other option would be to immediately fight the United States. Because we could carve a path up here, which resulted in all of this being isolated, which I'm pretty sure would prevent them from growing colonies here, which could save us a great deal of infamy if we were to do that now. And they have national militia, very, very small potential army. I very much doubt anyone's going to come help them. Don't have... Oh no, our relations are too high. Damn. They're only at 32 though. It wouldn't take very long to lower them. In fact, we could just rival them probably. They may not be strong enough for a rivalry. It also requires it. We could expel their diplomats and do it speedily. Interesting. Interesting. I think we have time to do America then the Opium Wars. Let's see. Okay, so this is kind of weird, but what if we sign a treaty that says we are not allowed to tariff, subvent, or trade fabric with the world market with America, and we get investment rights, and then we declare war on them? Because the reason we're doing this is to hurt our relations. Because we urgently need to damage our relations, and I don't know a better way to damage our relations, funnily enough, than to make a treaty like this. Does this treaty stay in force? Because right now they're improving relations, we're hurting them. Now it's being hurt by 1 every 358 days. Probably shouldn't have taken the investment rights. My thinking was, what if we keep the investment rights after we go to war? I think we expel diplomats. Even though it's 5... it's so expensive. How else can we hurt our relations? What about one of these... are there any of these that you care about a little bit? That I could persuade you on? How do I hurt relations? Okay. Well, maybe it just goes away anyway. Because why? I don't know. I want to pay... I really want to kind of get ahead on tech. But this lets us snowball. I really want to get ahead on tech. They seem to have cancelled it, perhaps because they don't like the treaty? Okay, but in 80 days, we should be able to go after them. I've changed my interests around to try and maximize our trade advantage. Seems sensible. Still not improving. Okay, so I think we're in a good place now. We do have a bit of a problem on convoys still, which are going to be annoying if we end up going to war with a convoy problem. But let's get 2 more of those. And also, we're making loads of money because we're nationalizing, or rather privatizing everything, which is giving us tons of cash. So I'm going to build more construction. Don't start improving relations with us again, please. It's taking longer than I hoped to damage these relations. We should have gone after China first. And in fact, I think I am going to go after China now. Because honestly, we could take America with... well, we couldn't really, could we? But with... certainly, it wouldn't take a whole lot to get them. We are suffering from some bad convoy efficiency. So I think some people have to head home. You guys' home is here, by the way. Everyone just always go back all the way home to start with. But yeah, parry force. Go back here. The rest, let's go after China. So we're having some convoy issues, and they keep getting worse from these supply routes, which maybe means I should have smaller armies out here. But let's see. Let's see if we can still actually make a successful attack. They do have 5 offense and 5 defense, which is a little humorous, if you'll allow me. We are trying to take Shuzhou, I'm not sure how you say that, as well as Hong Kong, because by having Shuzhou, we can have this company, which gives us 10% authority and 10% influence, which seems bonkers, as well as being a clothes and silk company, which seems really nice. Why are we not attacking? Because we're fighting the fleet first. So let's see. Oh, they sent in an equal number of men. Yeah, that ain't gonna do it. The infrastructure is low enough that we can really put the pain on them. Nice. And now it looks like they've sent all their men down here. And we can just steamroll through. This convoys... yeah, I mean, it looks like we're still going to be able to roll through China. No problem. It's a very, very contained war, by the way. Just these 2 things. I was tempted to enforce investment rights. We might do that in a future war. Don't want my infamy to get too high, even going just this high. Ooh, Bengal opium. Nice. Even just going this high has caused Spain to break our investment rights with them, even though it was during the binding treaty. So they must be somewhat infamous now, right? No? But they broke it during the binding period. That's weird. Right, yes. You with the expert offensive planner. Go for it. But yeah, this is working. See, and now my convoys are fine again. Ah, because we just got a plus 20% to convoys. What from? From the East India Company. Ah, the East India Company is prosperous. That is extremely good timing. Nice. Very nice. The East India Company currently has access to silk. When we get the new one over here, we'll just switch off that silk access, I think. And with this battle, I believe we achieve all our objectives. Very nice. Yoink. Now we can simply stop advancing. Also, US just went down to neutral. Very nice. We aren't going to be able to take too much infamy in our war against the US, of course, because of the Chinese war, but I'm still just hopeful that we can sneak enough to cut them off. It would have to be these 4, Missouri. Quite a lot of people live in Missouri. We'll see. We'll see. So now, hey, China, give up. Your support's going down by 5 every friggin' regularly, so You should give up. Oof, that was actually very close in the end. When we were on the defensive, they were able to push us here. But we win. Sorry, China. Boom. Now, this place is going to have a lot of radicals. Yeah. A few million. A few million, in fact. But I think it's all still perfectly winnable. And you guys come on over here. And the idea is... Oh, these guys are mobilized. Staying mobilized. It's interesting. And the idea is we deploy enough men around here that... What was the Comanche have risen off? I didn't even notice. We deploy enough people around here that they pile up their troops on the front, and then we invade the capital. That's my current theory. The old switcheroo. It is my opinion that there is no time to delay. Hello, United States. I'm going to conquer you now. A whole lot of you, anyway. And I believe... Yes, Iowa doesn't... Not many people in Iowa right now. Getting here this early, before they populate any of it, it's the way to do it. It's the way to do it. So, primary war goal will be Oklahoma, which I think will be relatively easy to push into from down here. No one will help them. We force the diplomatic play. We add our war goals. So we want... And in fact, we might even take all the stuff behind the line as well. But let's start with making sure we can actually conquer. Obviously, this is being made significantly easier by the fact that we have the rebalanced infamy, which means that these empty areas are easy to take. But I think that is quite historical. I mean, you know, conquest of Mexico. I know the game models it as this weird, like, oh, they have a claim for some reason. But, you know, historically, relatively empty land. Incredibly small number of people lived in the land that they took off Mexico. I think that was a big part of why nobody cared. It was also, you know, spheres of influence stuff. What freaking state is this? Iowa. Have I already put Iowa in here? I have. Okay. We need to make sure we have enough maneuvers to primary these all. They're not very expensive, though. And then, yeah, let's just take it all, honestly. They are, unfortunately, going to get Manifest Destiny, even if we do this, which is obviously stupid. But the game is not really prepared for you deviating from the canon path of Manifest Destiny. Now, I don't think we can add very many more. Let me just check there aren't any critical ones we've missed. No, those are all further east. So I think we got them all. There really must be a better way to do this from a UI perspective. Anyway, yeah, I think that's all of them. Okay, so then are there any others we want to take? Take Wisconsin too. I mean, again, there's huge infrastructure possibility here. Missouri. I think what we do now is we just primary them. Basically. And we keep doing it until we are at... Oh, look how perfectly that fits under the 50 infamy cap. It's 49.9. Wow. That's pretty good. And then we start revoking claims. Oh, they already have some claims. That's interesting. Have they already done their Manifest Destiny thing? Can I not make a claim here? Can't reach state, yeah. But, yeah, there you go. Cannot maintain a colony here because the following region have a claim and interest. United States of America. Yes, okay. So we can already start cancelling some claims. Revoke your claim on... Where is going to be most annoying for our borders early on? Maybe Wyoming? Or... Probably Oh, these are just another person. Let's do Nebraska. Sure. Then we have 9 maneuvers. I don't think we can do very much with 9 maneuvers. We could spend 87 enforcing military access. Alright, this works. This works. Yeah, so they do just break it in violation of the binding period, unfortunately. Which makes them infamous. That's pretty funny. Also, Opium Wars will complete if at least one of these, Treaty Port, in a state that belongs to the Great Qing. If completed, it triggers in 5 days. It's been 5 days, Qing. It's been 5 days. I'm gonna start building trade centers here. It's gonna be fun. Where's my Opium War victory, huh? Wow, all kinds of things all at once. We have cultural exclusion first off, so that's great. Also, London conference completes. We went for the 24 points just because we wanted. And that gave us a treaty, a guarantee independence treaty. How about instead of a guarantee independence treaty, we do something else? Like, do you want to sell me something? Want to sell me some merchant marine? They do not. Do you want to buy some clippers? Or something you really want? Coffee? Hardwood? Silk? Tea? Nothing they want enough. Alright, never mind. Can't get rid of that treaty very easily. You can just renegotiate away treaties like that a lot of the time, it seems like, but... Alright, so... I mean, you are not meant to be my offensive front, but... You kind of look like you're going to be practically unopposed, so I think I might have you just advance for now. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, men are not yet deployed to some of our fronts, but it's not the end of the world. Landing on the capital we go. You are my offensive planner. Go ahead and advance that front. They are going to be able to get here to defend in time. And they've got quite a lot of defense. They might succeed. But the Indians, the glorious Indians of Bombay, are smashing their way through the northern front, even if they do succeed. Oh, which they definitely will if we only get 4 men in there. Yeah, that's not going to go so well. In which case, we now have a monumental advantage on the north. So, resume your offensive from there. Yeah, that's not going to go so well. So instead, just switch to defending, so we don't fight needless conflicts that we're going to lose. God, we have so much in our investment pool. I have this much in my investment pool despite truly huge amounts of investment rights everywhere. At least the East India Company's buying stuff up, and it's got its things going. Did I not give them... No, I did. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, so we're charging down from the north. God, even with this many, even with that larger imbalance, still taking them a while to get through there. God, the investment pool is staggering. We still need to build more construction. Try and spread it out so that we can... These are the main 3 provinces I'm going to invest in to start with. We got what? Yeah, ammunition shortage? Yeah, that checks out. I don't think it's going to matter though. And we are going to have a period of great peace following the American War, of course, in order to facilitate our infamy coming back down again. Should be good. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The Han nationalist movement supports multiculturalism. Oh, baby. And they're going to get a lot of radical supporters. Oh boy. And the cultural exclusion is dropping down. That's really good. We might be able to get multiculturalism off the Han nationalists. You know what we should do? Forget Labour. Labour's not important. What's important is the rights of the Han people. And if we take more states off Qing, that'll get even stronger. That is bonkers. I feel like I've heard that talked about. I've never actually made use of it before. That seems really, really good. Ooh, the US putting off a surprisingly good fight up here in the north. But not consistently enough, it seems. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Some reason their attack here, sorry, their defense here has dropped a bunch, and it's still dropping. What's going on? They have low organization because their supply is terrible, because they have input goods shortages of ammunition, because we're blockading their entire seaboard. Yeah, that makes sense. We're lost. We've managed to get lost in DC. They're doing a surprise maneuver. Unfortunately, their surprise maneuver is to unexpectedly die at the hands of my skirmish infantry. Sorry, US. Ooh, new parties forming. That's a problem. That's tanked our stuff. It's because these guys are... Yeah, it's because these guys are radicals now. Well, kick them out of government then. They would support proportional. Ooh, where's my support coming from this? The Labour movement supports proportional. Ah, that's why I was boosting the Labour movement. You know what, actually? Forget this. Well, we certainly didn't need that. And forget the consumption tax on tea. It's making... Oh, God. All of these are making, like, no money. Forget these consumption taxes. Boost the Labour movement, too. And then... give me some manufacturing in the home countries. And we're also building almost exclusively in the home countries right now. Let's give me road maintenance in the home countries. Counties, rather. Nice. And we get the extra colonial growth and textile output from Hudson's Bay being that nice. And the select fish should be worked on. Brilliant. Boom. DC falls. And also, I noticed that they're not making any progress because they don't have an active interest in the Great Plains. Which is interesting, because I think that means I can start colonizing all of this, even if they have claims on it, because it's claims and active interests. So, when I do this, which I can't do right now, but I will be able to do extremely soon, I think they're going to be in a spot of bother, because I think I'm going to be able to start colonizing all of this extremely quickly. And they are going to be able to give up to this in just a few weeks. The political situation is a little tense, by the way. I'm backing the industrialists for now. I think we need to finish doing away with the landowning class before we try and pivot to more progressive policies. And we want to do, remember the goal for this is we're going to do somewhat progressive policies, but not actually communist policy, not full-on, you know, collectivization, because I want to have powerful companies. Which, incidentally, is why I'm taking the company's principle in here. Hey, US, ready to give up? Very nearly. Wait for it. Boom, they are now. So we propose the deal. We wait, and we try and not give them any time to re-establish their interests. We pause. Claims and maintain interest there, claims and maintain interest there, claims and maintain interest there. But they don't maintain an interest here, though. They don't. I assure you they do not. Well, we'll have to cancel all their claims, but yoink, there we go, US. Did you know, and this is a grave oversimplification, well, I suppose it won't be an oversimplification the way I phrase it, but did you know that part of the reason for the American Revolution against British rule was that they wanted to colonize land past the... this is the Appalachians, isn't it? Yeah, past the Appalachians. And the British weren't letting them for various reasons. Not many or any, I'm not sure, of which were humanitarian. But it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Electoral support during a change in laws. Oh, yeah, nice. I'll take that. So, why do I bring this up? I feel like a good goal for this campaign would be to drive them back to the Appalachians and enact multiculturalism, thereby rescuing what few locals... There are none. There are literally none. Former locals, I guess. Here we go, there's some Cherokee, but they're all over here. Probably that'll be promoting. Well, we'll see. We'll get multiculturalism off the hand first. But yeah, thereby rescuing some of the native population who may exist, you know, in spirit, even if not in actual fact, because we have aggressive pop consolidation for performance purposes. Anyway, I need to go to bed. From your perspective, there will not be an interruption, but it's currently 20 to 1 in the morning. It's a fun game, and I am enjoying it. See you in 5 seconds or less. Nice. The Opium Wars journal did complete. So they have lost the Opium Wars, which gives them this horrifying modifier. Minus 32% offense, more mortality, minus 50 legitimacy, more radicals, more penalties from turmoil. So we are probably going to try and take more land off them, especially because if we take more land, it will only strengthen the Han national movement, I'm pretty sure. This does seem like a good state to have. We could also take Beijing. Does Beijing still have that crazy good modifier? Yeah, Forbidden City. 50 authority and legitimacy from including head of state and government. So I think in the fullness of time, we would like to take Beijing. It's a real shame. Oh, you can see the map. Nice. Yeah, like Beijing, Shaanxi would be pretty sweet. This is obviously a very, very nice state. So in the future, I think we might try and take both of those. But for now, of course, period of great peace, potentially intervening in other people's wars if it suits our interests. But period of great peace and consolidation, because we have quite a lot of radicals at the moment. Fortunately, they're only in the Anglicans, landed gentry, rural folk, so on. It's not like we got any radical capitalists or so on. We also just switched to... I didn't really do a thorough enough look at my production methods. We just switched to the new production method for universities, which means you might not have to build quite as many as I was thinking. Let's see. Oh, that's the change. That's after we've made the change. Okay. Because we do need... I want to try and be really cutting edge technologically this game. So even if it slows down my industrialization a bit, I think I'm going to prioritize just building a bunch of those. But first we need a little bit more iron, because when we have all of our construction sectors on iron frame buildings... Oh, we don't anymore. Last time I did that, we had a critical iron shortage. That should be good. Nice. Okay, in that case, back to building universities in the home countries, basically. Trying to consolidate them here for the economies of scale, although we actually have hit the cap now. So maybe I should put them up here, where we're also going to need lots of qualified people. Yes, that makes sense to me. So let's put a bunch up here. Because, yeah, we both need to spread them for economies of scale, but which obviously makes you want to concentrate them, but also I want more qualifications in other areas so that we can have more employed. But with this degree of literacy, it's probably not going to be a problem. Well, that's the Benelux in the power block, also working on Central America. Nice. Obviously don't want to get too many people in. We are now dropping quite a bit. Gonna have to improve relations with various people. But, yeah, let's get to a point where we can start vassalizing people this way. It's going to be pretty good. Hanover... We could try and get Hanover in, but it'll just cause problems with Germany. So I think we're going to leave them to unify and just merely invest in Europe. So, laws are an interesting thing. We could make a play for public health insurance. Which would be nice for the NHS more than 100 years early. Which would be good. It would also get the labour movement to chill out a bit. Because the other thing we could do is laissez-faire. And laissez-faire would make the labour movement militant, which is obviously not good. We might be able to pass it before they become militant. And passing it before the trade unions unmarginalise would be good. I think pushing through laissez-faire, despite the powerful labour movement, is the right move. The other option is we could... I think we will restrict child labour to cheer up the petty bourgeoisie, because we could also cut migration controls. The thing is, I'm angling to try and get this early multiculturalism, right? And for that, we need to invent human rights, which is going to take a few years, at least kind of 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 years. So by the time we get multiculturalism, if we get the, if we did migration controls first, and they're not very influential, these two movements. We're suppressing both of them. I think we do no migration controls because already there's 3,000 peasants in London right now, in the home counties, which is not great. Oh, also, we're just getting involved in other people's wars. They didn't cost us any infamy, don't worry. But we're going to liberate Iraq. We did break our investment agreement with the Ottomans. Hopefully we can get that back, but I like the idea of liberating Iraq so we can get them in our power block, so we can get the oil later. And also we're liberating Iceland because a quick war against Denmark seemed like a triviality. We do have quite a lot of unemployed people, which is not good. Also, we do have too much in our investment pool. We need to get the French investment rights, but I'm hopeful that when we are no longer infamous, this attitude will flip positive, and then we can hopefully get them that way. We're also working on confederating these guys. I think we are going to risk this. Yeah. Bring it on. Bring it on, reactionary movement. They're protesting? Drifting towards passive? Those numbers do not add up. I think it's wrong. I think, there we go. So they are going to try and do a revolution, which I think we can avoid because they're not influential enough to do it. And Petit Bourgeoisie are unhappy, but not militant. And then we can do a brief diversion to restrict child labour to cheer up the Petit Bourgeoisie, and then maybe then laissez-faire. So yeah, Iceland's independent, and the idea is I'm going to try and get them into my power block. Although, do we have no interest up here? We do, it's just it hasn't kicked in yet. That's fine. There we go. Literally less than a minute later, we've won both of those wars I just described. So Iraq is now independent. They yoinked Montenegro to create this absolutely cursed little fishhook border. And Egypt is independent and genial. So hey, Egypt, I'd love to invest in you. Yes, they're all about it. Excellent. Ooh, big moment. We get a new mandate, which is Companies 3. And we go and we consider. Now, I have made some notes on which we could do. One of them is Yorkshire Premium Metalworks, the manufacturing goods, but I think we should start lower down the production chain with, oh no, I didn't prepare for this. Where is it? Bucklow, Vaughan and Co. Where is it? Hang on. Here it is. We need Bessemer process for this. Is this from Sheffield, by the way? Let me look this up. Bucklow, Vaughan and Co. English iron making. Where are you based? Middlesbrough. Fair enough. North Yorkshire. Close to me. Quite close to me. I think this would be what we want. Just because with... especially if we tack on lead. Although I think the plan is not to tack on lead to this one and to put lead on British home goods. Although, why? I guess there's no particular reason not to put it on this one instead. But yeah, the iron and the coal and the steel and prestige steel. Hey, Sheffield Steel, nice. Very cool. That's where I live, by the way, if you don't know. Shipyard building throughput is nice. Military shipyard building throughput is okay. But yeah, I think this is the one we want. The other ones on the table are British home goods, which I think we've already unlocked. Yeah, so this one. And we could do this one and tack the lead on now, but lead's not that prosperous right now, and we're going to be focusing on primary goods first. So yeah, I think we should probably take a brief diversion from our push towards human rights in order to unlock the Bessemer process. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then, yeah, we'll be 15 months late founding this company, which is bad, but not the end of the world. So here's the possible revolution. They are going towards 84%, which is pretty bad, don't get me wrong. But we're going to get the militants more or less under control with law enforcement. Speaking of which, we need some more government admin. So I think it'll be okay. I'm also planning out my industry a bit, so I think we're going to go with military industry in the Midlands, and then we're getting kind of the industries that I'm choosing to not localize necessarily, so furniture, textiles, and stuff, paper and stuff in London. More localized tooling, steel, motor in Yorkshire, and then I'm just focusing on mining in Lancashire at the moment, which is probably inefficient. Maybe you should just mine and manufacture in Yorkshire, but I like being able to have the decree. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't really care about violent confrontations in Guyana. Sorry, Guyana. Or was that Ghana? Ghana and Guyana. They're two different places, right? That's kind of embarrassing to have to ask. I hadn't realised where this is going to be. It's literally just the Highlands of Scotland. That's really funny. I mean, they would also get... Okay, that is Ghana, not Guyana. Ghana, Indian Ocean Territory, and Britain, Eastern Andalusia. AKA Gibraltar. That's pretty funny. Nice, there's Besma process. We got it spreading to us as well, so that's pretty speedy. Which means... Welcome to the world. There it is. Yeah, and I don't think there's any reason to not add lead. I was going to add lead to British home goods because lead and glass synergize, but I don't think it matters if companies have like vertical integration. So I think we just do this. The shipyard's throughput is going to be nice as well, because that will help with our convoy shortage, making our ports a bit cheaper, because we are subsidizing ports to the tune of a fair amount. We're just subsidizing the home county's port. Well, actually, we're subsidizing all the ports in the places that have bonuses to port output. So yeah, you can have the right to lead mines, I think. The thing is, I want to give them a lot of stuff. I want to give them the right to lead mines. They don't need trade rights, I guess, but they need investment rights so that we can start buying up all of these important industries in foreign countries. I'm struggling to improve relations with the Ottomans, unfortunately. They're hurting our relations. Maybe they'll just stop like the Americans did, but we should probably take trade rights away from somebody. I didn't give it to the Hudson's Bay. I could take away food rights here, but also we're going to go laissez-faire, which gives us another free company charter. So I guess that covers that, basically. Going very well on this, by the way. They are still militant, but we're going to be able to get it passed pretty soon, I think. Big approval for intellectuals. That seems good. Intelligentsia, rather. Boom. No migration controls. Love to see that. Now... could go from annoying one movement to annoying another, go straight laissez-faire. But I think we should try and cheer up the petit bourgeoisie, because they are displeased. 13% is not great though, is it? I bet they would like a tax reform. They would not, sadly. They would love secret police. But I don't think I want secret police. I don't want to reduce political movement activism. I want to make use of political movements to throw us into the future that I want to see. If we make a play of this and fail, does it hurt the petit bourgeoisie's opinion of us? I think laissez-faire is just more important. Let's try and get laissez-faire through. And these guys are going to chill out because the recently enacted decays away. We are going to get a lot of radicals from them in the meantime, though. Well, actually, yeah, 5,000 individuals become radical every month. So do we just have a lot of radicals in Scotland? No, there's like no radicals in the Highlands. Weird. You never know, right? 50% shot? Trade privileges and investment rights? In fact, are there other... No, there's nothing else they care about. Yes, there is! No subventions on paper. This is probably going to make them... Yeah, this would hurt our relations quite a bit. This gives 1 every 166. We could do it anyway, though. No, I don't want to make it hurt our relations even more. This is going to cost a lot of diplo power because basically we're going to have to keep improving relations with France to keep our relations high. Are there other... There's no other good transfers. Ooh, there are. We could sell them... Whoa, they'd love it if we sold them steel and it will make us money. Yes, please, France. Have my steel. By all means. And then buy my secondary goods. My, whatever you call them. My, is it secondary? I think it would be secondary goods. They even want to buy some Man of Wars. Let me rejig this treaty a bit more. Okay, here we go. It's going to cost us quite a bit of influence. It's barely going to hurt our relations. And they're going to transfer a whole load of random crap to us, which will improve our relations a bunch. Counterbalancing the fact that we are not allowed to trade clippers with the world market, which is fine because I'm happy to have a domestic clippers industry funded by my own trade. We can't tariff for subvention clippers either. We sell them some stuff. We'll increase the cost of our steel, but that's okay. We want to produce a bunch of steel. And yeah, making it more expensive on our market will mean that we can just produce more of it. That's fine. We're not building with it yet. This, they do not want to bind it for longer. We get trade privileges, which is nice. And we get investment rights, which is done nice. 82%. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Very nice. Very nice indeed. That is going to be really good. Now, I think it will immediately start spending. Go on. Go on. Privatize a bunch of French stuff. Do it. Do it. We got 4 million burning a hole in my pocket. Buy off a bunch of French buildings. Please. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to make this treaty work. They are intermittently going like, yeah, sure, good idea, and then pivoting to hating the idea. And I have to keep like manually checking the treaty because otherwise I'm pretty sure they would I'm pretty sure they would break it. But I mean, here, I won't trade furniture. I need the influence for this. Oh, pause. Before they ruin everything. The perpetual investment must continue. I did manage to get it up to 99 years, by the way, which is pretty sweet, but only if they're actually willing to do it. But yeah, what if we don't trade wood? What if we kind of neuter our ability to trade furniture? That's fine by me. Will they sign that? They will. And are they still happy with it? They are. Interesting. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Entirely without my intervention, by the way, the private market... Oh, I meant to pause. The private market is building huge trade centers here to import opium, which is just, I mean, you love to see it. You love to see it. They're also building ports in Shuzhou, apparently, which I assume is how you pronounce that. The revolution is problematic. I did take a risky event, give them an extra 10%. Doesn't particularly matter if it advances or declines. So let's make officers more radical, I think. Oh, nuts. The trade unionists...
You'll take your top.
Whoops. That was going to be a funny line. The trade unionists have demarginalized and giving us minus 10% straight construction. And I have opted to go for external trade rather than... I'm not taking construction, which is obvious, I think suboptimal, but it's just too boring to take the same thing every time. And I think external trade for the influential trade center is going to be really nice. Potentially we replace colonial officers in the fullness of time. I think that seems good. Also, we're beginning to confederate Canada. You can see that this bit here is now in the Hudson Bay Company. Quinine! Hell yes. Get that tonic water down, you lads. We're going to the Congo. Alright, so... doesn't really give us access to that many places. But we could... yeah, the question is, do I want to fight France for a region up here. You know what we could do? We could sell France, us not colonizing this area. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create some colonies, and then I'm going to sell them to France. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. I wonder if that'll ruin our relationship. I hope not. Are we progressing at the max here? We're not. So yeah, colonizing not too many at once is fine, because it just means that we're going to do them really quickly, basically. Nice. And yeah, we're going to want to try and cut off these sections at some point, but we're not in a hurry to do that, I don't think. Excellent. Part of the reason we're not colonizing at max speed, of course, is because we have these colonies over here. Something interesting happened, by the way. The Great, I assume this is a French word, based on how it's spelt, so I'm going to pronounce it the French way. The Great Sioux Nation, because they triggered a border conflict, we were allowed to start colonies, even though this is places that that America has interests and claims, which is kind of interesting. That being able to trigger that border war let us colonize a whole load of space that we otherwise would have had to fight America to colonize. How's America's army, by the way? It's still piddling. Okay, so we might do a war with them again, but I want to spend my infamy on unrecognized powers for a while, I think. So we'll just do a revoke claim and humiliate war if we do go against them. Also, unfortunately, because these guys are major powers, we're not able to annex them as part of just through the block mechanic, but I'm pretty sure they're both going to fall below major power as people like Brazil and other people increase in prominence. We'll see. We will see. I don't need these open. This works. Petrol investment. We just won't colonize Senegal. Nice. Yeah. Now we don't have the restrictions on our furniture export, and our relations will be a bit better, especially if I throw in a money transfer, which costs them Diplo. Plus, I think, does this save us Diplo? No, I don't think it does, but still, yeah, seems good. Okay, so there is a small problem, which is that, and I've reloaded now that I know how this works, they have designed the treaty system, it's a good system overall, they've designed it quite badly in that they only care about this because we have a colony in this region. So if you sign the treaty, as we did, and then remove all your colonies, they lose interest in it and immediately break the treaty, which is very dumb. So what I've done is I have gone back in time, made just one colony. Now this means we are giving up 1/7 of our colonial growth in order to maintain this treaty, but really good relationships with France, I think, are worth 1/7 of our potential colonial growth. And also, it's less and less of our colonial growth the more and more places we simultaneously colonize, which once we're into the interior here is going to be, you know, a growing number. So that seems good. I should probably colonize here as well. Need an interest. It's fine. Something I can do. I don't really care about the Andes right now. This, I didn't realize this was that important. So we had the, what's it called? The Strapi Revolt? The Strapoi Revolt? I should really know more about it. Yeah, Bengal and Hindustan popped out. We fought them. They lost. And now we get crown rule. It decreases its autonomy to colony. It abolishes the doctrine of lapse, meaning all of these little guys are going to stick around. That seems bad. It becomes autocracy, and it enables caste system codified. And it is renamed, East India Company is renamed to the Government of India. And it gets a new character. But more importantly, it gets rid of my company? My company with 500 company headquarters in London vanishes overnight. And the clout of the industrialists, consequentially, will decline massively. And my upper strata are going to tank? Like, that's a massive... Like, that is... Let me check. I checked beforehand. It was 500. Buildings registry. That is... more than half of all of my financial districts just got vaporized because of that revolt. That seems crazy. Can I even... I don't think... I assume I can't, like, refound it either. That's really mad. Is it inobtainable company? Yeah, here it is. The East India Company. You have to directly own the states. Disbanded recently, can't make it for 4 years. That sucks. It was so wealthy. And it owned all this land overseas as well. That's really frustrating. On the bright side, they're a colony now. So, where are they? British East India Company, colony. They're not getting much liberty desire, and they're going to pay me a relatively substantial amount. They're going to give me £46,000, which does soften the blow a little, but presumably that means they're just going to go bankrupt over and over again. They still have the chartered company government type. That seems really bad though, because our East India Company owned land in like the Dutch East Indies. Many of these plantations were formerly owned by us. Let me go and check how many were formerly owned by us in other areas to know how upset I should be about this. Look at this. This thing had headquarters in all of these countries. We owned all of this in Lower Egypt. We owned all of this. We owned a trade center in Holland. We owned all of this. That's so annoying. And it just goes away? That's very frustrating. And we're only going to lose the 20% convoys bonus. That's devastating. Why don't I get a choice? Like, you know, bail them out or something. Because historically it failed because it was wildly unprofitable, apart from anything else, wasn't it? It cost simply too much to maintain the armies. I'm willing to pay for the armies. That's absurd. Look at this thing. It owns so much opium that we just lose. Admittedly, most of the stuff it owns is in my stuff, but still, and we don't get, like, it doesn't just turn them into financial districts. We have 136 financial districts here, and if we unpause, those win, the event fires, they're just gone. Not good riddance, it's a bad thing. Is that a choice that India makes? I'm going to load up as India. Here we are as India at the same point. So the war ends. And then it just happens. End of the company. Yeah, Doctrine of Lapse is abolished, reformed into the British Raj. That is frustrating. Then they have consolidate colonial rule. 80% of eligible states belong to the British Raj. What does this get? You get a solid frontier. You get company men. That is upsetting. But I guess we just have to roll with it. We're probably going to want to set up a new opium company, because the opium company was doing so well selling all that stuff to Great Qing. Unfortunate. Okay, I think we straight up just bring it back. Can't do it for 5 years. But I think that is actually the play. Like, for now, we'll do something else, like home goods. But I think in the future, we actually just want to get the same company again. And starting from nothing, which seems very frustrating, but I think that is the play. Because they're so good. I mean, they're not great, but they seriously weaken the landowners because they put the control of all of these rural goods into capitalist hands. And for things like silk, yeah, getting all that opium that we were funneling through here. Hopefully that doesn't completely fall apart. It shouldn't, because we're still making quite a bit of it, but we're going to be making a lot less of it than we were because of the lack of the throughput bonus. Damn. First big setback. And look, it instantly unemployed 200,000 people. I'm also going to take investment rights away from the Hudson's Bay Company because we're going to incorporate this We're going to incorporate Hudson's Bay at some point, which I assume is just going to delete this as well. So no more investment rights for you. Instead, we'll give it to, well, this guy's already have it, but you also seem like good people to have the trade rights. I don't think the trade rights really matters, except that you want to give it to somebody who just will own. I assume they go for building trade things in areas which are relevant. They haven't really managed to get that much so far in these other places. I have some Valonian stuff there. But yeah, we'll give them trade rights. And then British home goods, I guess we just give investment rights with our last free charter. And we could give them logging camps too. That would overlap with these guys right now. Maybe we'll do that in the fullness of time. Lead mines also not necessary. I guess we give them... Well, we don't need to really. We could just use authority on something else. Like enforcing the positivist movement, perhaps? Yeah, that seems worthwhile. Cool. Jesus Christ. We're at 96 on this rebellion. Our last event let us decrease it by 10 in exchange for getting a trade union's agitator who's a modernizer, which is interesting. They're currently utopian, which seems better, but I don't think we're getting them in government anyway, so it's kind of moot. We can get the intelligentsia in government if we want to at the moment, but come on, we really need this to pass this time. It's going to be a problem. 58% chance. Don't give me a plus 15% chance. Just pass it. Just change the law. Simply do it. Oh, feels good. Feels very good. 25% capitalist investment pool, 25% shopkeeper. That almost makes up for losing all our glorious EIC contributions. It's true, I didn't actually look at that investment pool decline. Oh, that's so tragic. But on the bright side, we are getting tons of money off the Raj, which is, yeah, a little intense. It's probably going to bankrupt them, which is, not great. Where do I see their economy? Can I not see their balance sheet? It would be useful if I could see their balance sheet, but anyway. Oh yeah, by the way, America is opening the Japanese market for us, which is nice, assuming they succeed, because that means we can be buddy-buddy with Japan, and America, who, may I remind you, has no land on the West Coast, is the one that Japan will dislike for doing this all to them. Meanwhile, we might be able to get they are a defender against America with any luck. So now, it's still very militant, but the recently enacted modifier will tick down and down. So as long as we don't get a plus 10 event right now. Oh, thank God. Okay, we have one where we can reduce it. Thank goodness. Plus that gives a trade capacity. Nice. Okay, nice. So now it will tick down and down because the recently enacted will go away. Right. It will at some point. Right. I very much hope that it will. I believe that it will. Lots of native uprisings, but such is the way of things. Meanwhile, yeah, we are just leaving this one very slowly going. I wonder, once this no longer has access to anywhere else to colonize, will it remain here for the purposes of France's treaty? The Treaty of Perpetual Investment. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Okay, so in order to try and mitigate this revolution, it's very historical, by the way. I mean, I don't think Britain ever got 91% towards revolution is kind of hard to qualify, but Britain never really got this close to revolution. But the idea that... Wait, why can't I... There we go. Bolster them. And we're going to bolster them, which seems balmy, but we're going to do it because we're going to try and get proportional taxation. And I think we're going to fail. But let's find out. That brings trade unionists out of revolution, right? No, just because they support one, don't have to be at -10. to actually be in it. But now it's no longer brewing. And sure, it's not good odds. But we might be able to push these guys out. And some of the stalls aren't bad. Like, they're bad in that you can only have 3, but they aren't bad in that you can get some movement from them. What disbanded? Confucian Rights Movement. That's not the best, not the worst. But yeah, let's try proportional taxation. Now, if we fail, I think that might infuriate the labour movement. Should be a problem. But if we have to fight a revolution, it's not the end of the world. I mean, it's bad. It's very bad, but it's not the end of the world. Oh, that is a very fine start. 20%. We do get grifter on our trade unionist guy, which lowers his popularity. But 20% enactment chance. Suddenly, we are venturing with a chance. Nice. Another good event. 5% chance we exile Neil Peterson, who's the agitator. But more likely, he gets more approval. Okay. We could also just do this. Weaken the trade unions, who aren't going to be in government anytime soon anyway. I don't want to exile him. Did we exile him? I really wish those things told you what happened. No. Okay, good. He's still here. Nice. We're embargoing Russia to cheer up the landowners, just enough to drop this from outraged to unhappy. And we are also heading on an expedition to Colorado. This has been a very successful law pass so far. Oh, not one stall. Oops, excuse me. Do not get me content ID matched. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Now, I don't know if this is rebalanced yet. I think it has, because the upper strata pay 21% of their income in taxes and the lower strata pay 7%. That bodes for a very, very prosperous time. Pay up. What is that you're wearing? You look cool. It's a way of seeing who this particular person is. I don't think there is. But that is a good number. That is a very good number. So our labour movement is now a little bit less outraged than it was. They are still causing a whole bunch of radicals. We have a lot of radicals, especially in the West Country, interestingly. There are quite a few of unemployed people here. Maybe I should throw down some more ports, but ports don't employ very many people. So, we're running out of infamy, by the way, which methinks means perhaps another war against the US. And why the US? I said we're going to go after unrecognized powers. Well, we should get civilizing mission first, basically. I've also been prioritizing society techs over production for quite a while, so we are going to grab mechanized workshop. That's give us that economy of scale cap increase, meaning that larger buildings are more efficient. The election is ongoing, by the way. Charles Dickens is out of touch. So true. Is it? I don't know. We're also surveying the Suez Isthmus. It is Isthmus rather than Isthmus, or is it Isthmus? I'm not sure, actually. I should really know that. What is this? Piddling little... Not interested. But yeah, I think one more war with the US, because we're getting civilizing mission, which grants 25% infamy generation against unrecognized powers. So it makes sense to do one more war against a recognized power for now, I think. Now, how much will it cost us? If we really go hard, a great deal. So I think maybe something like the Wisconsin, Michigan, Missouri, Arkansas liberate New Africa. Because New Africa is... when you highlight it here, it doesn't say it. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. Yeah, so notably not Arkansas. I think that's probably the way to go. The only other thing is, should we be taking New York? Because New York has some pretty nice bonuses. But I think I'd rather leave a kind of rump state over here that we eventually try and maybe they get reconciliatory attitude at some point, and then we get them in the power block. because I think there would be too much revolutionary problems if we went up here, I think. The other thing we could do, of course, is let them have problems with the pro-slavery revolt, but I think liberating Africa is New Africa, and then siding with the Confederates to further split them in half is the way to do it. So I'm going to start moving troops over here, and we will angle for that one. Wait, private schools buff intelligentsia? I didn't know that. So this gives 30% education access at this current level. This would give 1.5 wealth education access per wealth. Average wealth on our lower strata is, let's call it 9. It's probably slightly less than 9. Well, let's see how much less than 9. So if we take a example, these English labourers will definitely be lower strata. What's your wealth, my man? The standard of living is 12, and it is literally just 12. Okay, cool. So that's 18 education access, which is a good deal worse than 30. And we miss out on the conversion as well. But 30% intelligentsia buff is pretty nice. Because the intelligentsia right now do seem... I mean, that does seem good, doesn't it? I'm trying to find another way to make the petty bourgeoisie like us, and it could be national militia. I do like having a professional army, but national militia is also fine. Oh no, it sets to 5 barracks max level. That's unacceptable. Yeah, we definitely can't do that. I bet they'd like a secret police. Yeah, so that would give them plus 15. And this is... yeah, it does suppress the movement activism, but only by 5%. It also buffs suppression, which is nice. Yeah, okay. So we... but it's likely to fail. Just from what? From the liberal movement, mostly. Yeah. The liberal movement is not going away in a hurry, is it? I need a... so the reason I'm trying to look for a way to make them happy is because we are... it's plausible that we could try and pass multiculturalism basically through the Han national movement. It's not going to happen soon, though, is it? We need the British supremacist and reactionary movements gone. Which of those is more influential? British supremacist. Okay, so let's start suppressing that. Don't think we need to bolster Labour anymore, because Labour... the only thing Labour could give us that would be good is health insurance. Although, I mean, we could try health insurance, actually. Yeah, you know what? Never mind. So let's try health insurance. Because that would be good. That would debuff the Anglican Church. And it's just... it does diminish the food security element, but the mortality and the pollution effects are going to be better and better. Yes. Let's try that. Okay. Cool. And then we'll take, in order to get multiculturalism, we'll just take more Chinese land. And we should buff up the Han national movement. Yes, I think that works. So war against America, infamy comes down, war against Qing. Sounds like a plan. Looking at where we should conquer in America, I think we're going to conquer Michigan. Because, I mean, we're already planning on it, but the extra bonus is that we can get the Ford Company out of here. And then we're also, I think, going to try and conquer Sao Paulo, so we can get this railway company. Because by combining those two, we get coverage on railways, engines, where's my Ford gone? Rubber, and automobiles. And I hear automobiles are good these days. And the trade capacity here translates directly into trade advantage. If we take a look at our trade centre in the UK, London here. So we're trying to export this, and we have 130% trade advantage. Whoops. That's awkward. Even with the manual lock, I don't think I can actually get to this tooltip. Anyway, you can see that plus 15% from our trade capacity. So, pretty nice. Pretty nice. We will see what we can do to make that our war goal. Here's the war. The Netherlands sided with them, annoyingly, which broke our our many, many years of fruitful investment pact, which apparently we hadn't actually used much. Or perhaps it was just that the East India Company was the one that actually used it. But yes, we have decisive advantages on all these fronts. I am going to try a quick land on the capital play. We'll see if that goes well, but if not, we'll just attack down from the north and win that way. Yep, not looking good for the United States. I'm not going to keep all this land occupied and burn them down this time. We're just going to go for the win, I think. Also, we finished surveying the Suez, so that's nice. I am tempted to incorporate this state. It would cost a lot. Now, what does, realistically, what does that much bureaucracy cost? More than £35,000 a week. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. Okay, I don't think we're going to do that yet. At some point, though, I think we will. Currently, just about managing to hold on to this while we storm down from the north, unopposed because this front split. But I don't really care if Ontario gets occupied. Sorry, Ontario. We holding? We are holding, and once this front gets down here, even more so. And then we yoink Michigan, Wisconsin, liberate New Africa, Arkansas. Is Arkansas and Arkansas different things? I guess they probably are. Free up some bureaucracy. 5% bureaucracy during the passing of the law really doesn't do much for us, does it? Have we merged the front yet? We have. Nice. I'm just going to keep pushing it just to keep causing some trouble for them, basically. Seems sensible. Although you can go defend this front instead. Seems good. Oh, dead general. You're Republican Armed Forces. Anglican Church. Offensive Armed Forces seems better to me. Good. We really haven't increased the size of our army virtually at all, by the way. We will at some point. And we have victory. It was easy. Yoink. Welcome to the world, New Africa. What do you mean antagonistic? What are you talking about? A natural enemy. Yeah, our infamy and stuff is problematic. Look, you should be friends. I'll guarantee your independence. I don't want anyone conquering you. Surely I'm guaranteeing your independence, you can see that we're going to be great friends. I think we'll be able to bring them round to our perspective. And we have loads of spare, this thing. Administration. Bureaucracy. That's the one. Because we just finished the Suez survey, which I think makes it a good time. Can't quite afford that. I've got a little bit ahead of myself. Let's do that. And then when we get the next tech level of bureaucracy, we'll incorporate Northern Ireland as well. Good stuff. Now, the Netherlands got pretty mad at me because we were, at war with them and everything. Which means we have lost all our leverage advantage on them. I wonder if we'll be able to get that back. Problem is they're hurting relations with us right now. I'll guarantee their independence. That will put it just a little bit in the positive, but it's still going to take a long time to repair our relations. It's not very expensive to fund lobbies there, so let's do that. Cool. And yes, we did get private health insurance, so we're going all the way up to level 4 on that, which should be very nice. So I've managed to put the trade unions in, and they have modernizer, which is going to be interesting. So we're pushing through public schools, at least trying to right now, which could be interesting. Could be very useful. We don't have a modernizer movement right now. But, yeah, and I'm not sure the labor movement really does anything for us right now. I mean, graduated taxation is obviously good, but that's a way off, right? It's not that far. We just need socialism. Still a couple of years away. I think we're okay on that. Save the authority for clamping down on the reactionaries, I think. Hey, it looks like we don't lose Hudson's Bay Company just because it's no longer a country. That's good. That's good because it owns a lot of our food industries. And food industries are pretty good. Plus, some relatively not insubstantial overseas possessions. So that's nice. Nice! That sounds like a good event. Ooh, 50%. University building throughput. I think we can tank that for a little while. You want to swatch Dutch Ghana for the British Ivory Coast. No, sorry, because that would break our treaty with France. So our deliberate attempts to annoy hand pops in order to try and get multiculturalism are working a little bit too well, and they're trying to secede. My sincere hope is that if they do secede and we conquer them again, we keep the same political movement. But I'm suspicious that it would have, like, it would either reset it entirely, just get rid of the movement, or it would have some massive penalty to the power of the movement. So I'm not hopeful. Also dropped our taxes to allow us to keep the trade unions in power. Okay, so the timing on this is kind of insane. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but we unlock human rights in a day. So now. That was more than a day game. Less than 1 day left. I guess it's only on the weekly ticks. Okay, so we unlock this. This is going to fire in 20 days. But we've unlocked human rights, which unlocks multiculturalism. If we were to try and pass human rights right now without, multiculturalism right now without the 15% bonus, we'd have a 13% chance to pass and a 18% chance to stall, which is not good odds by any stretch. But we could give it a go. Now, cancelling total separation is going to annoy the positivists. But the positivists, I don't mind annoying. Because they like corporate state. Oh, God. Which is definitely... Oh, no, that's single party. I wonder if technocracy is the right way to go in order to get... corporate state. It probably is. Because your academics... Oh, it doesn't show it here. What are the academics, engineers... Sorry, what was the other one? Let me have a look here. Oh, sorry, it's not through that, is it? It's through this. Realistically, I don't think we're going to be able to get technocracy because, like, nobody wants it. But academics, engineers, and officers. What interest groups do they support? So, academics, intelligentsia, petty bourgeoisie, engineers, petty bourgeoisie, industrialist, trade unions. And then officers, obviously, armed forces. Yeah, I don't know. Because I do want to be a corporate state at the end of the day. Although right now, yeah, just the petty bourgeoisie. Maybe we just focus on empowering the petty bourgeoisie. The problem with that is that they're damn racists. So that would cause problems. But yeah, so we cancel this. We go for multiculturalism. That causes this to be going towards 75. Which means they're not going to fire. And now if we could just get the British supremacist movement to be less relevant, or the landed gentry to be marginalized, but their clout just seems to keep increasing. Not having all their buildings owned by a company, I think, is a big part of the problem. The other way that we could encourage this would be if we were to conquer Beijing. So this would add a huge number of radicals. And I think we could do this. They have been getting stronger, for sure. Like, it's been a long time since the Opium Wars. They have 12, 18 on some of them. So I think what we do now is we beef up our armies, ready to make a play against Qing. We also haven't done any military tech. The shell gun is going to unlock just through spreading, but I've done like none of this. Rifling and triage unlocked on their own, as did hydraulic cranes, because I've been so focused on trying to get towards human rights and get this like perfect society set up as soon as possible. We really want civilizing mission first, don't we? Let's get civilizing mission. Why was I getting socialism? Oh yes, for the taxation. If we could get civilizing mission, that would reduce the I keep wanting to say aggressive expansion. That would reduce the infamy by a lot. The question is if this just stalls out before then, and it probably does, doesn't it? Well, we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go regardless. Yeah, this works, this works. And if it doesn't work, then we've avoided the revolution, so we've preserved our movement, and then we can go and conquer Beijing, and that gives us a whole bunch more radicals, which should massively buff up this movement, and then we can just try again in 3 years. That sounds like a plan to me. Meanwhile, by the way, we did get the Netherlands. Oh, no, not quite, sorry, but we are very close to getting the Netherlands back in. Less close than we were a second ago, because Russia is making a play. Damn it. Right, well, let's see what we can do about that. We have had an absolute streak of good events on this. That is, what, our 3rd good one in a row, I think? Let's have a look. 4th! Very nice. Very nice indeed. We can also get guaranteed liberties after this, which I think will be good just for... Because once we have this, we don't really need radicals. I don't think. It would be for what? For... I mean, corporate state, but I don't know how we get... Ooh. Industrialists, when radical, endorse corporate state over monarchy. That's interesting. We can actually get the tech for corporate state. Screw socialism. Let's get corporate state going. Now, would we actually be able to pass the law? I mean, with the freaking industrialists on side, you better believe we would. The end of discussion factor should be ignored here. There'd be a huge stall chance. But there'd be a 57% pass chance. Holy crap. That's kind of amazing. And a radical trade unionist, which means we could get the trade unionists to support it. But would I rather they stayed a modernizer? No, we have all that already. So we grant this guy leadership, and then we have 3... Oh, hang on. Reformer. No, we need a radical. If we can get a radical in charge of these guys... Oh, they already are. Sorry, it's you that don't have a radical. Yeah. Okay. And you... Not good odds of them being a radical. Well, we should be boosting the radical movement then. We don't need to support the Han National Movement because this is going to pass. Give me a bolster on them, which we can't do. But we can free up... How much money are we really making from this now? 20k? Nah, that's okay. Give me a boost on the radical movement. If we can use the radical movement to, say, sayonara to Queen Victoria, that seems fun. I have literally never played corporate governance. Does it make her our first executive? That'd be kind of cool, right? They lose the constitutionalist ideology and gain the republican ideology, which is neutral towards corporate state. Yeah. I mean, this seems fun. More government size and allowance, way less legitimacy penalty from ideological incompatibility. So basically, we adopt the corporate state, and then we build, you know, a utopian situation where all of these guys are happy to work together in government to further the interests of the almighty sterling pound. That seems pretty good to me. We're building the Suez, by the way. I just went ahead and bought it. It's our budget's not looking amazing, but that's okay. We got very low interest rates, right? Is the petty bourgeoisie happy with us? Yeah, 1.5% interest rate. Money is essentially free. This kind of thinking's never led to problems. Oh. We should probably go after New Granada at some point as well, so that we can grab the Panama Canal later. Would be nice. 65%. On multiculturalism, oh, and a Brazilian slaver has been seized. They're pirates. Kill them all. I don't know what that event said, but we'll take a tiny bit of infamy in order to please the trade unionists. We only have another 1 year and 2 months on the Springtime of Peoples. 12 weeks left to get corporatism. If Springtime of Peoples fails, which it will if we haven't changed our government, which it will if we haven't changed our government, I imagine we'll lose the radicals. But yes, 78% chance to pass and a 5% small chance. Enacting this would lower government legitimacy by 1. Damn. Just because we wouldn't have the big plus 20 from including the head of government, basically. But if we passed this and then we just had these two in power, I'm pretty confident it would be way, way faster. So who actually supports it? The intelligentsia even. Oh no, sorry, the intelligentsia don't support it, but they're happy enough to not properly oppose it. Why is the stall chance so low? Just because it's an end of discussion factor. And we've got the radical movement and the positivist movement backing this. Hell yes. A political system based around institutionalized collaboration between officially recognized corporate groups. The state is a forum for negotiation. Heck yes. That sounds fun. Oh, they're fighting over German leadership. And, oh wow, Austria seems like they're winning. No, never mind. Well, yeah. No, never mind. Austria's not winning. Austria has Bavaria occupied, but they're losing hard on casualties, so I expect it'll turn around. But yeah, come on, corporatism. Soon as we can. The US is really getting involved over here, huh? US, are you going to have a civil war at some point? Pro-slavery and abolitionist movements both just kind of chill. Interesting. New Africa still hates us, by the way. Does New Africa start with slavery, by the way? Where would it be? I forget. There it is. Slavery banned. No, they don't. Fair enough. I will always promote people. I want very happy guys. The Qing government, or the Qing army is not improving fast. So it's probably time for us to start building our army, but I want to just keep focused on the economy until the last possible moment. Netherlands, yeah, we're fighting for control over the Netherlands with Russia, unfortunately. It's a real shame that they sided with America. We'll get there. All right, less than 1 day on corporatism, which of course means till the end of the week, at which point we have 11 months before we potentially lose our radicals. 79% chance to pass. That's really good. What chooses the head of government? Because in a presidential republic, it's whoever wins the election, whichever party gets the most votes. In a parliamentary republic, it's the largest party in government. I don't know what determines it in a theocracy. In a council republic, I'm pretty sure it's the largest party in government. But here goes corporate state. Let's see how that goes. The British supremacist movement, I mean, they're mad because we've got multiculturalism and no migration controls, but what are you going to do about it? You skinheads. You can get over it. We've already beaten you. We've succeeded, I'm afraid. We're getting many migrants. Pretty good. Pretty good. From Nova Scotia, Quebec, Nevada, and Ontario. I'm sending some to California and Oklahoma. I have started some industrializing over in the New World, by the way. We're building an explosives plant setup in Michigan and Minnesota, which I think will be good. Probably better to centralize it, but not a big deal. And yeah, the Anglicans are big mad as the landowners. The landowners are reformers. So let's see. I mean, yeah, who is against this? Anglican Church times 0.5 from neutral. They're not neutral. I guess they're neutral on this law, right? And now we have multiculturalism, which means we can invite way more agitators potentially. What are we researching now, by the way? Oh yes, breech-loading artillery to help us in our war with Qing is the plan. And then maybe straight into repeaters and handcrafted machine gun. I don't want to find myself way behind like we did in the Russia game. If you saw that, we had a completely disastrous time where it all went well till about now. And then we had a complete disaster of a war with Prussia. The problem is, if this times out before this passes, June, July, August, which is fairly likely as it stands. So perhaps we try and accrue some serious authority surplus. Cut that passing time down as low as we can. Yeah, that seems beneficial. Oh, there's fractional distilling. Fractional distilling. I guess that is right. I would just always phrase it as fractional distillation. So do we really want to make 10 less groceries for 40 more liquor? The problem is liquor is really cheap right now. Could we export some more liquor, perhaps? Yeah, because there's barely anybody making it. We've still got all these subsistence rice paddies in India. Sorry, barely anyone buying it. All these subsistence rice paddies. Let's subvent some export. See if we can get a liquor market going. I need to get better understanding like when is an appropriate time to subvent. Because I don't currently have a strong grasp on that. Nice, chemical bleaching is spreading to us. That was what we were going to research next anyway. In which case maybe we'll do baking powder instead. Sorry, but after the artillery. Right, speaking of the artillery, let's build a military to make the Qing quake in their boots. And then we should probably get a treaty port with these guys too. You have some urban center shortages. I'll deal with that off camera. I did not notice the royalist movement was going to rebel over this. We did get the very first tick to go to drafting. But that's a problem because this would be a big revolution. So it has to go up to militant before it triggers the start of the Civil War. I think we have good odds. But just in case, let's turn off... I mean, let's watch what impact this has on my iron and coal price. 4% and 0% becomes 6% and 1%. Turns out, we really didn't need that throughput. Okay, good. How about here? I'm actually going to take a screenshot of these urban buildings and their productivity. Save that over here. And then turn this off. Let's see what that productivity change looks like. Probably at the end of the month. End of the week, rather. Recalculate. Okay, I mean, that's substantial. 25 to 21, 16 to 14, 17 to 16. Yeah, it's substantial. We should put that back 100%. But let's put it back after spending some time suppressing the royalist movement to diminish the size of the revolution we might have to fight in order to cause our glorious corporate state to come into being. We're using the proper amount of our stuff on private spending. Yes, well, kind of. Not really, actually. Sanctity of marriage must be protected. No, definitely not. Buff the glorious intelligentsia industrialist bloc as much as we can. Yeah, so here's the revolution. Projective activism is 100%. 30,000 radicals every month, which goes outside the edge of the text box. But it's going to take a while. Its next checkpoint isn't for a long time. And as soon as it passes, this is barely 100%. It's 100% by 2. So I think we have good odds of passing this. Where would go with them? The home counties. That's not good. Only 41 troops, though. Yeah, that's not disastrous. Not disastrous. Well, that was a decisive election in favor of our corporate state. Because now we can make a party of just the industrialists and petit bourgeoisie with 100 legitimacy. Part of that is because we just got 25 legitimacy for the end of the Springtime of Peoples, which did not appear to remove our radicals. So that's good. I think they're just less likely to apply in the future. Why are you suddenly so hateful? They really don't like the law change. That's unfortunate. And they have just added it here. But unfortunately, end of discussion factor, I'm afraid. Oh yes, and we are helping Egypt against the Ottomans. Successful progression. That's what I like to see. What's your problem? Ah, yes. Shortage. That's why we're building all these new ports. It's going to be a lot closer than I'd like. We didn't make the 75% roll on corporate state. Oh, but the activism's declining. Why is the activism declining? I did just take an event, which... Oh, because we're not in Springtime of Peoples anymore. That's really good. That's really very good. Okay, nice. I forgot about the 25% extra radicalism from Springtime of Peoples. That was causing quite a lot of our problems. Excellent. Excellent indeed. Here we go. 87%. Show me the corporate state. Oh, there we go. 25% petit bourgeoisie political strength plus 100 authority. Is 100? 100 is quite a bit less than autocracy, right? Oh, sorry, than monarchy. Monarchy gives what? Yeah, 200. Very nice. So no bonus from having the head of government in power. And here he is. Horatio Davidson, the radical head of the industrialists, who would therefore like guaranteed liberties. Pretty good. Pretty good. And we, of course, unlock a new company, which, if I refer to my notes, I'm thinking about making the premium middle... Oh, right, and it makes the horrible flag. I have made a mod that undoes this. I'll go and dig that out. I think it's this. Partly for the prestige tools, which are pretty nice because lots of things use lots of tools. And partly for the... just for the tools, the tooling workshops themselves. And then 5% manufacturing throughput does seem pretty good, doesn't it? So let's go straight in with them. Well, hang on, let me just think. Ford Motor Company is the other option. No, it's too early. Tools are important. Let's go with tools. And you can invest in foreign tools. I don't need to give you either of those because they already exist. I could let you monopolize tools. No, I couldn't, to laissez-faire. And I think I do not give them trade rights. There's no real reason to. We already have 2 companies with trade rights. So, I don't think there's any reason to. Yeah. Nice. So yeah, hopefully we get those prestige metalworks going fairly quickly. And now, yes, they're going down all the way to protesting because we're not currently abolishing the monarchy. Excellent. And legitimacy-wise, let's have a look here. Yeah, not many valid combinations while they're not allowed, but we could get 100% by bringing the intelligentsia in. Yes, please. Very nice. Very nice indeed. And yes, so things like census suffrage and universal suffrage are easy now. The thing is, if we want to stay capitalist, like really capitalist, I don't necessarily want to empower the trade unions, because we already have most of, not all, but most of the important laws that they like. Also, don't we have a journal? Don't we have a commitment to... Oh, that's why the intelligentsia got so mad. I kicked them out of government when there was an ongoing petition. Damn. That's my bad. That is my mistake. Whoops. But we could still do guaranteed liberties right now. Make... it doesn't seem that useful, though. I mean, less revolution speed is probably going to be useful later. Like, there might be revolutions later. Could also try total separation. Make the Anglicans really unhappy. That would be good. Although, we'd lose the authority. But the wages for non-state religion pops. It has a really big impact, especially because we have so much. Yeah, we should do that. Anyway, I'll think about this. But yeah, 100% legitimacy. Very nice. Very nice indeed, despite being on high income taxes. Invasion of Cuba is going well. We're just about holding on in Gibraltar, but let me go fix the flag. There we go. That's better. Anyway, where were we? Ah, yes, the Ottomans. And with victory over the Ottoman Empire, the game has started crashing constantly. So that's fun. I think we'll end the series here. Tragically, it was going well. There was lots of industrializing I want to do. But the game is a bit broken, so I'll let it run for a moment here. And in just a moment, it will probably crash. It would be pretty funny if it now didn't crash. It doesn't usually make it to July. That's quite funny. Okay, maybe we'll keep going a bit. Wait for it. Okay, I'm going to let it run for like 5 minutes. See if it crashes. Interesting. It definitely... It's crashed like 7 or 8 times in a row with various combinations of turning mods off, including turning them all off. Was there a patch? No, it's still 0.7. Well, okay, all you have to do is complain on camera and it stops crashing. Alright, well, I'll let this run for a while, but it seems like we'll be back in a second. Yeah, it seems to be working. I'm really glad I decided to let it run just to show you that it was crashing. Because now we get to keep playing, which is fun. I'm deciding to do some economic imperialism. So we're building in Egypt and the Netherlands and the Dutch East Indies to try and get them into our bloc is the current goal. The other thing that we could do is swap colonial offices with foreign investment, or maybe external trade with foreign investment. But I just don't think, I just can't justify losing 20% infamy generation against unrecognized. Perhaps after we take a bunch more land off Qing and some other unrecognized powers, we then eventually switch over to that in the late game, especially as more of them get recognized. But for now, I just don't think we can justify it. But yeah, some building in Egypt and the Netherlands. And then also, do I want to rush malaria prevention? It would give us less infamy generation, which is kind of crazy good. I think we start moving towards it when we get to a point where there are no more lower malaria states for us to colonize here, which, to be honest, we're actually not that far away from. Now I look. Yeah, I mean, it's just this one and this one, basically, isn't it? Okay, so maybe we should be angling towards trying to get that. Get feminism in, potentially get graduated taxation passed. Mutual funds and investment banks for another company are obviously brilliant. What is the next company we're getting? Notes says... Where is it? There it is. We've got Yorkshire Premium Metalworks now. So the San Paulo Railway would be good, because we have a lot of railways. At least I think we have quite a lot of railways, and the number is going to spike because we're getting the next level of railway tech soon, which will make them far more efficient. I mean, yeah, only 57 at the moment, but we're going to build a lot more, so we should probably do that soon. In fact, maybe we should do that now. Also, we could make them ban slavery. We can't. Evolved alongside. We're not in these. What's this? The Icelandic Revolt. Either of you want to become my puppet? No. Banning slavery in them would cause way too much infamy. And San Paulo, not that expensive. Not that bad. Russia would likely side against us, as would Sweden. Interesting. Interesting. Russia does hate us, of course. We're their rival. Would we be able to repair relations with them? No, they don't view us as a protector against anybody relevant. But yeah, I think a war against Sao Paulo, including Russia, would be okay, because I bet their military is not good. Let's take a look here. Yeah, 26, 26, 26, and these days we're rocking... Oh, actually not that good. Oh, he's got very low organization. So do they. Someone with full organization, please. Why do you people have such bad organization? Anyway, we're much higher than that because we have shrapnel artillery, which has this 45 attack, which is pretty good. So Yeah, I feel like we could take Brazil. We have a land border, which they would probably put a lot of troops on. Maybe we should prepare the way. Subsidize this, get the infrastructure going here a little bit. Subsidize the port too. Yeah, quick war against Brazil. Then our eyes turn to Qing. And in technology, yeah, I feel like mutual funds and then investment banks. And then once we've got investment banks, we finally go for a whole bunch of production tax. Because we're... I really have badly neglected production tax this game in favor of building our marvelous society. They're real mad at me, huh? We got Russia, Spain, and Sweden all backing little Brazil. All I want is Sao Paulo so I can have a nice company. Really? And Finland? Oh, of course, Finland's a subject. Really, you should just leave me to it, lads. It's not a big deal. Yeah, France will come join me, huh? Ah, but only if I give them stuff. They do it for the Indian Ocean territory. Do I care about the Indian Ocean territory? I can't say I do. Does this matter at all? This is POV, you are the British government, like a couple of months ago. It has a trade centre, which doesn't do anything, and some subsistence farms. Yeah, France, you know what? By all means, you can have the Indian Ocean territory. This is not strategically useful or important, I don't think. So sure, come on in. Could add more war goals. I hadn't even thought about adding war goals to the people who aren't currently the main opponent. Like Spain, for example. Oh, but enforced investment rights is so expensive. Let me have a think. So, here's the war. We spent way too long trying to make Spain friendly. I've been improving relations with them on and off for decades. It's fruitless, so instead we're going to liberate Andalusia and Catalonia and Cuba. And then Spain will be completely neutered and we will border one of them, so hopefully we'll be able to get them friendly that way. Also, we will liberate Minas Geraes. I think it's Minas Geraes. I could be wrong. Oh, we can sway someone else. America could be swayed in, but of course they can't because our relations are too low. Now, that being the case, they are very fearful. So depending on how much Russia mobilizes, which it looks like they are already fully mobilized within another war, perhaps. We may win just by them surrendering. If not, we're going to have to pick people off one by one, and France may get kicked out of the war. I don't think they haven't added any demands against France yet, but we'll see. The demands they put against me are very, very dumb. The AI's ability to pick targets that they can plausibly win is horrendous. So they're going to need to occupy Cape Colony, or my capital, occupy Ceylon, or my capital, and occupy Canada, or my capital. They do have a border with Canada, to be fair to them. I had completely forgotten about that, but even so, I am not concerned. I think I will send my cavalry army. Let's go and see if we can do a quick occupation of Alaska. We probably should have taken Alaska, now I think about it, but we can do that in a future war. Still worried. Got a secondary demand to invade the British Raj. Yeah, let's have fun with that one. France would really suffer if this war does in fact go ahead. So for France's sake, I kind of hope they back down. But for our sake and for the interesting map of Europe we would create, I kind of hope they don't. It says fairly likely. I can't remember if anyone has actually run the analysis because it's like the odds of them backing down are quite complicated. There's the equation that goes into it has a couple of different moving parts. But it does not look like they're going to back down. Cool. So, you laddies, and they haven't got their new infantry yet, so I've taken a few out to match the artillery count. We got an offensive planner and an experienced defensive planner. I'll have them both advance. I think this means you start more fights, which I think is probably good for us. And they are, right now, garrisoning their capital. What if we landed just a little bit south of the capital? On the war goal, or even further south? No, let's land on the war goal. And see how that goes. You need to be on interception. You just keep them nice and blockaded. Good. I am also going to advance in the north. We have a massive advantage on offense from this army. So I want to see how that goes. And then also up here, experienced defensive planner. In fact, yeah, do a rapid advance. We take more casualties, but if we can yoink through here before any potential Russian reinforcements arrive, not that they look primed to deploy any. My second defensive army is here. I want to make sure that the British Isles definitely never falls. That would be devastating. And we have the budget to increase our... Even though we haven't been doing production research, our GDP is still looking pretty healthy. We're also surveying the Panama Isthmus, whatever it is, which will be good. All right, yeah, here's the first fight. Looking... Okay, 3-1. 3-1 casualties. 4-1. 4-1 casualties. 67 offense. Wow. Sucks to suck, Brazil. Meanwhile, yeah, successful attacks into France. Not surprising. I could deploy my defensive army to help France. And in fact, I could get back to England to defend against a naval invasion fairly quickly if I need to. Let's deploy our defensive army, but don't help with any offensives. Yes, and if they take Gibraltar, it doesn't matter because they didn't make that a war goal. So that's all good. Yeah, and advancing in here, this is basically just to bog down some of their troops so they deploy less down here to defend the capital, which a Russian army and a Brazilian army have been deployed to defend. Now, that one is going to take a while to get down there, I feel like. And this one is presumably miles away. Yes, okay. So I think we have pretty good odds of being able to advance in here before they arrive. But is that how it works? Because why aren't we attacking right now? Are we just going to stand here and wait like nice, dutiful, honorable men for these guys to come all the way down from the northern Amazon? Or is there just a delay of 10 days before they start an attack? You have offensive orders. Okay, we are fighting at sea right now. So it is actually contested. But once that's over, why are we... What are we waiting for? Have a look here. Also winning this against the Spanish fleet. Larger Spanish fleet, but ours are quite a bit more advanced. Should be able to beat them before these guys arrive. Even if they do arrive, it's only 14 troops. Yeah, they're controlled retreating, which increases their rate. They lose the battle, they just take less casualties. Seems like we're going pretty well. Now we're on this front. Looks like the Spanish are still advancing, but I have to imagine they're not going to be able to. Yeah, this army has 52 defense, which is pretty darn nice. Okay, so will you advance now? Pourquoi? Ooh, big incoming fleet. Okay. You. Interception. Come fight this fleet. Is that why this is not advancing? It's shown as contested? Yeah. These are, yeah, fairly substantial fleets, but their offense does not match mine. And once I bring the big boys in, ooh, I like that bug. Should be in a better place to advance. France is trying. Is this France trying a naval invasion, or is that just them advancing badly from this front? I think it's the latter. Okay, with the big navy in, still counts as contested. What is it that makes it contested? Won't progress while there are defending fleets. Coordinated interception just means they have more offense when they attack. Now you've got plenty of offense, just do the attack. I don't really understand Navy very well, but oh well. We'll get there, we'll get there. Meanwhile, many Frenchies dying over here, which is fine by me. Here we go, so naval battles. They attacked us. No, sorry. We attacked them and crushed them. We attacked them and crushed them. Why are we different ways round on these two fights? Despite being the attacker in both cases. We're not. Okay, we are defenders in these bottom two. Good, I thought that was how it worked. Right, pressing on then. Into the war goal. Nice, total separation was a very good idea. We are moving almost everyone who's currently second-class citizen to full acceptance. Everyone in cultural erasure is going up. Everyone in open prejudice is going up. And I think we have like no one in violent hostility. I'm not quite sure. Why are you in violent hostility? Your acceptance is 0. What are you talking about? How is that possible? Is it because the state has a big negative debuff to acceptance somehow? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's very, very few people. Maybe it's just if they're currently in a colony. We are losing one fight here, frustratingly. Oh, we've done the Panama survey. Nice. I will just buy it, I think. Although you can do this and then buy it, but yeah, we're going to just buy it. Need to be 20 relations. Okay. Yeah, we're going to buy it just to save on the infamy. I'd rather spend the infamy elsewhere, I think. Alright, this time they're fighting the better fleet, and now they'll be sent packing. I like the whole fleets must return home when defeated system. I think that's cool. Properly knocking them out of a section. Ooh, the leader of our armed forces died and was replaced by a royalist. That is not ideal. Maybe we exile this guy? Can't, because he's... Oh yeah, protected speech means you can't exile radicals anymore. Forgot about that. But yeah, with the victory of this battle, we should get in there, and even if we don't, as you can see, we're advancing heavily across here. And they've lost so many attacks on Gibraltar that we've actually started occupying East Andalusia, except we haven't, because it just got undone by a failed attack, looks like. We could get census suffrage and universal suffrage easily. I kind of don't want to. I think going one party, single party state might actually be better. I kind of like the idea of a single party state industrialist game where we have all the good laws. We don't, by the way. We need workers' protections and child labour would be really good, but hopefully we'll get a movement that will push for them, basically, is my theory there. But we have basically all the other laws we want. I'm kind of okay with just leaving the industrialists in power and then just juicing them up, being all legitimate and rich, is my theory. Let's see if this works as I expect. We finally break them, and then their fleet has to leave and go and repair in St. Petersburg, I think. Let's see. Wait for it. Wait for it. There's still 85. Yes! Traveling to Russia HQ. Currently defeated, which means we can now land. Where's my landing? There we go. Now we start progressing. So I don't know why we didn't progress while they were on their way. I think just them being on their way was enough to make the sea tile count as contested, which is silly, but oh well. Oh well. Single party industrialist state? That does sound kind of fun, doesn't it? I wonder if we'll be able to keep the industrialists strong enough while we get there. Do they, while they're radical, they won't support one party state, presumably. Yeah, but once they lose their radical ideology, which they almost certainly will, I think. Because we didn't succeed the Springtime of People's entry, so yeah, I think that will work. The old pincer movement on the capital here, although we appear to be attacking in the wrong places to advance straight on the capital. Or is this already an attack? Yeah, there we go. Nice. So, well, sorry, this isn't the capital, is it? This is the war goal, which is why they're attacking here, because they're trying to go to the capital, and they're going to take that somewhat more circuitous route. But these two fronts are about to merge, so that's no problem. And then the Spanish have been, and Russians, mostly Russians actually, have been beating their head against the wall here, and the French have been beating their head against their wall. So as soon as we win this, we bring in our high-quality armies, our shrapnel artillery, straight to Madrid. No problem. Finally commercializing agriculture, by the way, which will buff the trade unions quite a bit, which is potentially not a good thing. But maybe the trade unions will be around just enough to let us get some schooling going on. We do need schooling. Our literacy is dropping. And the reason, of course, is that we are just getting so many migrants. We also didn't incorporate Ireland for way too long. That was very foolish of me. That means there's lots of people in Ireland who were not getting the benefit of a good British education, which means that many of them cannot read. You take a look at this map. Ireland is pretty terrible in terms of literacy. We're also getting lots of migrants to the New World who can't read, which, you know, is manageable, but problematic. Meanwhile, our fleets and armies are redeploying to the Spanish front. Unfortunately, the Shot army decided to go via Brazilian territory. When going from here to here, they went straight like that, which means they are suddenly half as good at fighting than they were a moment ago, which is a little frustrating. but not the end of the world. It also looks like Gibraltar might be about to fall. And there goes Russia piecing out. I didn't even notice that their war support was low. Soon we will enforce our war goal on Brazil. And without Russia on this front, France can probably push on their own. But where's the fun in that? Let's advance. You were an open terrain commander. Have you got any really good commanders, by the way? Yeah. Go ahead and launch an attack here, though. Should be good. In fact, once these guys end, I'll also send some extra defenders to Gibraltar. I don't think we'll be able to hold it. We do now also have Spain very heavily blockaded. These should probably be the other way around. There's more trade going through the south of Spain than the north. There we go. Peace with Brazil. Please don't be hostile. They are disinterested. Disinterested, I can work with. Start funding their lobbies. Get a treaty going. I'll have all this, please. By all means, you can have an obligation. Nice. That should be enough. They'll also start trading with us a bunch. That should be enough to get them into the block. Nice. I'm going to start focusing, I think, on South America block-wise. Conquering over here, blocking people over here. That's the plan. And we want to immediately incorporate this. We need to incorporate it for the company to start taking effect. So there's another requirement for the company, isn't there? What's it called? The San Paulo Railway Company. I have to assume that that means it needs railways. Let me just find it. Here it is. Yeah, we need railway and coffee plantations. Need to have railways equal to 5. Cool. So, let's just plop those straight in. You're kidding me, there's no coffee here. Oh, so we're not going to be able to get it that way. What is the strategic region of Brazil? It includes Uruguay. Uruguay can have coffee. So I guess we conquer Uruguay. Russia will side against us again. Okay, well that's frustrating. But oh well. So we need Uruguay so we have some coffee and then we'll be able to build the... Wait, is this in... This has coffee. Is this in... No, it's in Gran Colombia. Oh, I wish I had checked that before we did the war. We could, of course, get... oh, Minister has just flipped wary. Once we have wary in our... Oh, sorry, once we have wary. Once we have these guys in our country, we could annex them, but not fast. There goes Spain's capital, just at the same time as war with Uruguay. Uruguay breaks out. Infuriatingly, Sierra Leone is invading, and only one person can invade a state at a time, which is kind of awkward. I guess I could try and get military access. Why is military access from you not available? I have to have a strategic adjacency. I do not understand what strategic adjacency means. It always seems to be like, whenever I need military access, it's just you don't have adjacency. But your enemy is adjacent. My enemy is adjacent to you. That seems pretty strategically adjacent to me. Can't do it because Conquer Sao Paulo is invalid. Set terms to white peace. Just these 3. There we go. Okay, so we're liberating both of Spain's overseas puppets, which will leave them open to influence into our bloc, hopefully. And we're liberating... Sorry, just Cuba, actually. Did we not do the Philippines as well? I guess we didn't. And we're liberating Andalusia and Catalonia. Say goodbye, Spain. United no longer. Also, a whole bunch of other things, so we enforce other people. Cool. Hello, Andalusia and Catalonia. Andalusia wary. Catalonia genial. Because they consider me a militarily threatening neighbor. Yeah. And a natural enemy, of course. But Andalusia, what about? Hear me out here. Oh, they will do a power block even though they don't like me. Nice. Okay, well, that works. But I was thinking I could give you Gibraltar in exchange for coming into my power block. We'll keep that as a thing that we could potentially do later. Welcome to being invested in by the British, both of you. We're going to try and sway them into our power block. And it looks like we're going to succeed easily on both. Nice. So, interesting government situation. As soon as we reform, the trade unionists are going to join a party with the petty bourgeoisie, but having both of them in gives us 69 legitimacy. Having both of them out only gives us 75. So Richard Cobden is just going to stick his fingers in his ears. What is his traits, by the way? I didn't actually look. Wrathful. That's good. Experienced diplomat. That's cool. Firebrand. More popularity. Alcoholic gives more influence. That's funny. Cool. And the next leader is probably going to be... It's who gets the most votes, not who has the most clout. And yeah, I'm really tempted to stay on wealth voting. I think it works. It works kind of well. I think technocracy might be even better. But I think that would sway it in favor of petty bourgeoisie. I think wealth voting, and then we're just going to keep trying to wealthen the industrialists. Our investment in innovation is actually dropping because our literacy is dropping as we get more and more migrants. And a lot of these extra people are coming from migrants. Oh, I completely forgot about this front with Russia again, but it looks like Canada has it sorted. Whoops. Meanwhile, predictably, the Sierra Leone, we admire their spirit, but their invasion is not going so hot. So we'll let them lose, and then we'll go and clean up ourselves. Huh, they've actually gained the advantage on the front, apparently. Just because there are very few Uruguayans. Okay, sure. In which case, we'll deploy the fleet to assist. Cool. We've neglected steel frame buildings so long that it's actually spreading to us, which is pretty funny. We have some pretty good tech spread. Oh my goodness. How do I... Maybe if I go down... Aha, there we go. Oh, that's a helpful tooltip. We have some pretty good tech spread modifiers. So hopefully we'll be able to get that going. What's going on here? Protectorate Jabal Shamar, huh? Well, as long as you end up in my power block, that's fine by me. We're working on New Granada, Venezuela, and Ecuador in terms of power block as well. By the by, New Granada very nearly at the point where we could buy the Panama Isthmus and build our canal up. Their invasion has finally failed. Okay. Never mind. We'll do it ourselves. Fine, I'll do it myself and all that. Trucal state select request autonomy. Yeah, let's see how that goes for those trucals. I think we fought a war with Uruguay for no reason. I was looking under resource for coffee plantations. They're here. So to establish this, but we do need 2 British states with a railway of level 5 in the Brazil region. Okay, so we still needed another state in the Brazil region. And now we need to put down a level 5 railway here. Okay, and then does it have to be incorporated, the second one? No. Just have to incorporate this one. This one doesn't need to be incorporated. Okay, this works. This works. Good stuff. So now, finally, we turn our attention to Qing. It's a big day. Steel frame buildings, meaning we get more max weekly construction progress, more infrastructure, and 5 extra construction sector max levels. And most importantly, we can do this. So, starting with the home counties. It's going to cost an extra 30,000, according to this estimate, which is usually wrong. And it does use some explosives, which we are going to have a shortage of. But we're building a ton more explosive factories. So let's see how many of these we can swap over before the economy breaks. Okay, now an explosive shortage, so perhaps not California yet. But we're going to get some serious extra construction out of this now. Slowly moving all of these over, and I have for a while been trying to build mines and explosive factories and steel mills in preparation for this switch, so should put us in a pretty good place, I think. We don't need to build as many new government constructions as I just queued up. Also, don't stop building the Panama Canal at top priority. now that we're switching over to this new one. And yeah, we are pushing through some construction efficiency in California because I want to try and get an industrialized California off the ground. It's got this iron and sulfur, very nice for explosives. And yeah, sulfur and coal down here in Texas as well. The private queue keeps building furniture manufactories here, but given that the people are pouring in, should be in a good way. And as soon as our infamy hits 0, we're coming for Qing. Also, I put a social democrat in charge of the petty bourgeoisie because he endorses graduated taxation. I also switched our research so we can try and get graduated taxation passed. And we have a positivist authoritarian in charge of the armed forces. Well, not in charge, but affecting the armed forces. Hey, there's precision tools. Nice. So hopefully the positivist movement gains some steam. I'm going to keep trying to add people to them because they have the one-party state thing, and we are going for that industrialist one-party state is the end goal at the moment. 0.7 infamy, we're getting there. Also, lots of new entrants into the power block, both in America and Europe. We are going to need to actually get some of them subjugated because the cohesion is starting to slip. We're down to 74, 6 independent members. Is obviously not ideal. Okay, the forces are deployed. Our infamy is 0.2. We have some great infamy reduction from level 4 colonial affairs. The time has come. Also, we have bad legitimacy because of that social democrat that I put in charge. Not gelling well with the industrialists. In fact, we should kick the petty bourgeoisie out of power. Although if we do that, they'll make a party with the trade unions. We just have to face the new reality, I think. And yeah, the petty bourgeoisie are unhappy with us. Bah humbug. Oh, that cuts influence. Damn, that sucks. But hopefully we'll be able to get them back in power. And a bunch of attitudes worsened because of the increased ideological differences. Damn it. Including Egypt? No. That's unfortunate. Now to put them in government, we have to have 20. Why? Because we have 30 legitimacy. All right, well, you know how you can get some extra legitimacy? Conquer Beijing, assuming this still works the way it used to. No one's going to back them, even if Russia does. Our shrapnel artillery will blow them to smithereens. So, mobilize the forces. And also, I want Shaanxi, because it's a rainbow state, I think. Yeah, coal, iron, and sulfur. It's not quite rainbow, it doesn't have any lead. But, yeah, it's a good state. A good state for sure. Now, we do have a Han national movement still, but they're kind of chill. And we're not rocking exploitation. So even if these are unincorporated states, that doesn't give them more throughput. It just means they have, and lower wages. It just means they have better, migrant attraction, which is good for getting people to go to the Americas. But maybe, given that we're going to be taking this, there's some big mines to be built here. Maybe we should switch to exploitation, especially because we could get some land down here and start setting up some opium farming. For now, I think we're okay. Once we run out of mines to build in incorporated states, maybe then we start being exploitative. But for now, I'm fine for the people working in my states to be well paid, basically. In my mines, that is to say. Now, the question is, do we push back to 49 infamy in this war? Or do we try and stay under 20? And I think we stay under 20 because we're doing well with our diplomatic overtures at the moment, and avoiding being infamous, I think, will be helpful. So we liberate Manchuria, we conquer Beijing and Shaanxi, and then we get Manchuria into the power block. That's my current thinking. You got to feel sorry for China. They're just getting over their horrendous opium crisis, right? They've more or less got things on the level again. They've got a tea company going that's been displacing stuff that was formerly the East India Company's domain. They've been consolidating their rule over Korea. And then the British show up. Poor bastards. Let's do a direct invasion of the capital with the largest fleet. We are not going to advance on either of these fronts. They're going to try, and they are going to lose, because 18 does not beat 35 defense or 40 defense. So let's see how badly this battle goes. I mean, there are a lot of them. But yeah, 2-1, outnumbered, and we are still going to trounce them. Whether we win the landing, I don't know, because there's a lot of defenders, but the shot army that we've sent in, 47 attack. That is pretty darn good. The shrapnel artillery are gonna give them hell. Austria won the war for German leadership, by the way. So I think Austria is eventually going to form Germany with some of these southern states, which is good because Prussia is the one with the stronger army. They are, yeah, not quite as good as us. Well, actually, it's about the same as us because that's the average. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they do. 13, 16 defense. Okay, I mean, it's getting higher, but 47 attack. I'm terribly sorry, Qing. It is not going to go your way. Meanwhile, the Canadians and Indians are actually going to just straight up advance out here. Nice. We have a new company slot because our Suez Company is now prospering. It's actually doing quite well. Suez Canal Company. I gave it foreign investment rights, and it has started buying up ports all over the world, which is pretty darn nice. Look at all those it already has. I'm going to wait for the Panama Canal to be built. 72 weeks. That just got longer. Oh, maybe I was looking at the Midlands. Darn. We do have... Yeah, the problem is just the fact that it's unincorporated, basically. Meaning that we're building really slow here. Can I really wait 72 weeks to set up a new company? I think I can. I think I can. It's not... It's almost certainly not optimal. But the other company I want to set up is the San Paulo Weaving. Sorry, San Paulo Railway. We could do that in 17 months, I guess, and then wait for the Panama Canal Company until we got the next company tech. But the next company tech is a way away down here because I really want to stop doing just pure society research, actually industrialize. But we'll see. We will see. And yes, here's our landing battle. Pretty successful. I mean, we're taking casualties, don't get me wrong, but it's going to be a bit of a pushover of a war, I think. Maybe Austria didn't win German leadership already, because here's the German leadership play, which it looks like Austria is going to lose. So, okay, I guess Prussia is going to form Germany in the end. Trey surprise. With the US siding with them? That's interesting. I'm not going to pick a side, because as we established, we're trying to stay out of this a little bit, but nice. Shame the nation is not ruled by God, then. Get wrecked. Invasion here is going perfectly well. Alright, the election results are in. Let's take a look. What happened? 40% Charlist, 35% P-Light, and the Tories and Whigs. And the landowners and trade unions are buddied up because they're both reformers, which is pretty funny. So yeah, we have very few legitimate governments that we can put in, which is problematic. I mean, what does this look like? Yeah, pretty freaking illegitimate. We could drop the income taxes. We're losing a lot of money being at war, but we could drop the income taxes for a bit more legitimacy. And also having Beijing will keep it a bit higher. So I think we just leave it like this for now. Also, Marx is available, who we might invite to help us get graduated taxation. The good thing about graduated taxation, by the way, is that it dramatically reduces income tax from 25 down to 17.5. Consumption tax rate doesn't matter, stays the same. We don't have any consumption taxes anyway. But it massively increases the dividend taxes, up from 15 to 25%. So that would be good. That would be nice. All right, we unlock socialism. Doesn't that give you an agitator slot? I thought it did. I guess not. Okay. I guess it's labor movement that does that. Yeah. So now it's possible for us to pass graduated taxation, but we have very little support for it because we don't have the petty bourgeoisie in government. To put the petty bourgeoisie in government is doable by bringing the Charlists in. How old is this man? 38. So we're not in a tearing hurry. That puts us on illegitimate government, which is obviously very bad. Why are the intelligentsia here twice? Interesting. So we drop the taxes, which puts us on bad government, unacceptable, very long enactment time, many, many radicals being created. But our people are happy because their standards of living have been increasing. And now we do graduated taxation. It's a shame that I can't invite Karl Marx. Although inviting him would probably be a bad idea, right? Because if we can get this done without him, it would be much better. That gets rid of Bar Humbug, which gives us back our influence, and gets us civil service, which is really nice. And this is going to take a very long time to pass, but I think we can get it done, and the industrialists are chuffed. They're really happy because they've got all the things they want. So I think this will work. I think this will work. And then basically we're just trying to take the money off companies who can stand to lose it rather than anybody else, basically. And there's victory over the Chinese. Nice. Please, good roll on the friendliness of Manchuria. Yes, they are genial. Hello, my genial friend. Give me all these things. No, they really don't want to give me investment rights. That's interesting. They're on isolationism. They inherited into isolationism from the great Qings. I didn't know they were going to do that. Well, I guess we will just protectorate them the violent way. But anyway, here we go. I'm imagining the Han National Movement's going to get a pretty serious boost from this. We have our 2 states from Qing. There's an extra many, many millions of people. Does that tank our literacy? Literacy should only care about incorporated states. Yes, it does only care about incorporated states. Good stuff. We are going to incorporate... Oh, yeah. You know what? Maybe we give up on the idea of the Jingnan, I think that's how you pronounce it, weaving bureaus. Because if we incorporate this state, I mean, the people here cannot read. What is the literacy like here? Truly horrendous. How do I lock that? I guess I can just do it through this. 15% literate, and there's 17 million people here. So that would that would tank our literacy. So I don't think we can do that. Okay, we'll pick a different company to do our clothes then. We're almost at the point where I want to start pivoting to increasing our standards of living. Because our lower strata, I mean, they're already at 12. 12 is more than enough. Plus they've got this huge excess, so it's going to keep increasing. And once we get graduated taxation passed, it's going to increase even more. Okay, no, forget it. Never mind. They've got plenty of standard of living. Instead, I'll keep focusing on pure on industrial goods. I was considering a pivot to commercial goods, obviously, like, you know, clothes and furniture, but I think we're good. I think we're good for now. Okay, here we go. I think this is the one we will use. This is the clothes company. 10% influence is nice. It's not as good as 10 influence and 10 authority, but no prestige good, which is a shame. But the prestige good was silk, not clothes. No prestige clothes is kind of a shame too. But this has silk and dyes. That's not dye synthetic, is it? It's dye plantation, which is what we want, yeah. And then we add on the clothes, and all we got to do is build some silk or dye plantations. So that seems doable. We're going to need some dyes. Sao Paulo. Once again, 2 companies that we're going to be getting out of Sao Paulo. And then obviously as we take more and more of Africa, that's where we'll grow our dyes. And then for silk, they'll just invest in the Raj. That seems good. Okay, happy about that. Oh, damn. The guy dies. Now we're going to get a market liberal. Or an ethno-nationalist. So mourn him, we get higher success chance. Or honor his death. Well, we mourn for the success chance, but with him dead, it's only the checkpoint that actually gets us in there. So John Bright, the market liberal, that's going to seriously increase our legitimacy. Yeah, it did. Do you support graduated taxation? You do. So we could bring the armed forces in for a little boost. You support it as well, don't you? But there's no way. No. There's no way we get these guys in. It's just not happening. But we could bring the armed forces in, aka the Tory party, because the landed gentry are now in the Whigs. That should put it up to... Excuse me? Why don't they support it? No. You do support it. You have an ideology that says you support it. You're patriot. Oh, they endorse all of these at equal tiers. All right. It's not looking promising. We could now reform government and kick them back out again for the extra legitimacy, but it doesn't really make a difference. Thing is, they might now petition us for something, which would be a pain. You know what we could do? Yeah, we want them in because we want to endorse. We want this guy still endorsing single party state. It's going to be a while until we can single party state, but that's really unfortunate. We nearly got graduated taxation. We can probably get it in the future, but the thing is, the industrialists, I don't think we're ever going to be able to get to be on board with it. Well, at least we got a market liberal rather than an ethno-nationalist. When these guys go ethno-nationalist, it's going to be a problem. We need to have the single party state ideally before we get an ethno-nationalist guy in charge. He's 52. That's pretty old. Not ideal. Not ideal. Damn, I misread this. Both railway states have to be incorporated, so that's going to delay it by another 5 years on this railway company, which maybe is enough of a reason to just do a different one, but I can't find any others with motors. Maybe I'll just Google it rather than looking through this. I'm endeavoring to be positive about Victoria 3 in these videos because I think it's more fun. It's more fun for me and it's more fun for you. This interface is horrendous. I don't think we're destined to get engines and railways. There are a few ways to do it, but they're hard. They're hard to get. We could, well, I mean, isn't it all we have to do is wait 5 years for this incorporation? Maybe we do just do that. Maybe we do just wait for this incorporation, because then in the meantime we get the Panama Canal. Oh, wait, hang on. Which we finished building and I didn't notice. Okay, never mind. We'll just do the Panama Canal and that buys us some time to finish our incorporation. Where is Panama Canal? Excuse me. It probably needs to be employed up before we can do it. That makes sense. Subsidize the port. Pull the people out of these subsistence farms. Stop that. Give me a greener grass. We can't, because we actually have negative authority. I assume we need Panama. Panama Canal owns Panama with 50% employment. Yes. We're close. We're close. So it should employ up very, very soon. In fact, this tick, I think. Not quite. Is it worth it to subsidize the port? I actually don't think we need to. It's just going to pull people out that could be working the canal. The urban center is employing very few people. But the canal should be prioritized, I think. Yeah, it's only the people in the manor house that are not coming over, because the vacancies are things that can't be worked by these other things. I think we may just have to wait for a tiny bit of migration. Currently not getting any. Come on, Panama Canal. I believe in you. Well, I'll keep looking into that. Oh, the pretty bourgeoisie are unhappy. I did forget about that. So now, yeah, graduated taxation, not looking likely. This is a tricky one. We could just go straight to voting. Wait, it's already an amendment. Go straight to voting. More enactment time. Really annoy the armed forces. Not a big deal. Or 10% more enactment chance. Would you rather have... I think we go straight to voting, because then we only have to win one role. Which seems very doable. Meanwhile, I'm spending our infamy conquering our way around some future oil locales. Egypt? Come on, Egypt. What are you doing? Stay out of this. Just to get some grip here. Should be good. Wait, what's happening? The British Raj offers us regime change in French Senegal. What's happening? Regime change. France is trying to steal a tiny little subject down here. I mean, not that tiny. 2 million GDP. Interesting. And they want to transfer Mysore as well. Oh, Mysore's big. France, what are you doing? Why would you do this, France? We've been good buddies. We have a perpetual investment treaty. Ooh, whoops. I gave myself 25 infamy by mistake. I thought this put us just under 25 infamy. My bad. Oh, they just backed down, by the way. Naged. So we yoinked this bit with no problem. Well, France, I mean, I will put you in your place if I must. You have a pretty big army, but it's a pretty good army, too. You don't have a good navy, so I think you would really struggle to project that power. Well, how big is your navy? Yeah, no, you got a very small navy relative to us. Ooh, who's America fighting? Russia's invading America over that intervention. That's funny. Are they winning? They are. Get wrecked, America. America really bit of a rump state. Ah, they're not winning anymore. Shame. There's dynamite. Nice. Well, France, I really can't be having you trying to steal things out from under me. So, I mean, suitable punishment. Liberating Occitania does seem appropriate. If we do that, though, we'll have to... liberating French Senegal would be pretty funny. There's this tiny little colonial state. That would be easier to achieve. What did they go for? What did they ask for? French Cartinac, which must be this bit. I'm sorry. Where's the French bit? Down here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, we'll keep it simple. No. Don't declare neutrality. We will liberate French Senegal, just weakening France's overseas possessions a bit and denying them access to colonize in here, so they have to go all the way around this way, which will take them a bit longer. Is that what I want to do? Would I rather liberate Tahiti? Tahiti is... Where is Tahiti? I actually have no idea. Down here. Okay. Not sure. Maybe just humiliate so they can't... No, because humiliate is just occupy any of their land. Does it have to be incorporated? Let's save and find out. That seems sensible, because it's the kind of thing that it should just show you. Because if we're going to become enemies with France, they might start opposing us in lots of our war goals around here, so... Yeah, humiliate seems okay. It's annoying, though, because France, they're still genial, even though we're in the war goal against them. They might back down, which would be good. Control at least one French state. Yes, good. Okay, well, we'll full mobilize, because I really don't want France to... ideally, I don't want them to go in this war at all. With any luck, we can scare them out of it. Ah, there are subjects, so we're the war leader. So we can add more stuff, which will hopefully make them back down. So, yeah. Things that we could achieve. Liberating French Senegal. We can't really cause any any infamy. We could actually cause 0.6 and not go over if we transfer Tahiti, but I don't really care about Tahiti. We could... I don't think there are any treaties that don't cause infamy. I guess we could force nationalize 1 building level for 7 infamy. That seems a little inefficient. We could do Corsica. They wouldn't be able to defend Corsica from us because we'll be coming from the sea. I think that's it. Ah, hang on. No, we could liberate this subject as well. All right, back down, France. You stand to lose a lot more if you don't back it down. They've made nationalize all French buildings a primary demand, 20% of their GDP. Okay, so in order to get, as long as we stop them from controlling India, we're basically fine on our war or support. Seems good. Seems good. We'll just invade Corsica, invade here, and hold in India, and we'll be all good. They have sent a lot of men to India, but they're not good enough. So we will blast them down. Good stuff. We're getting a lot of mass migrations, by the way. Temporary embarrassment. Okay, 5% enactment chance. Or 10% enactment chance, but less income tax rate. That's fine. That's fine. We're up to a 20% chance of it just happening. That's pretty good. By the way, if we don't win immediately on this front, once these guys have finished taking Sind, we'll just send them south and all will be well. Let's have a look. Oh, that was them attacking. No, no, no. No, no, no. All right, well, I'm happy to defend the front if they're attacking. Oh, we did already launch an offensive. Yeah, no, we're winning on the offense. Go for it. Go forth with the shrapnel artillery. Do they have shrapnel artillery? They don't. Oh, you poor, poor France. You shouldn't have broken our investment treaty. Ruined everything. I will now blockade France from many sides. Ruin their international trade. Silly idea, French Republic. See, they've gone Republican. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's all about the one-party states. Now you are free. Go ahead and join down here just so we make that an absolute stomp. Meanwhile, these guys are free to invade into here. Do you have problems? Oh yes, you need to be advanced. They've got loads of cavalry, so they should tear through here pretty fast. And I sent a fleet to help them. Yes, the one in the Niger HQ. Jolly good. I'm actually going to take away investment rights from these guys because we currently have a kind of insane degree of tooling production under our control. Like, look at so tools, trade, sorry, what is it? Goods, industrial goods, tools. We make 30,000 tools. Prussia makes 8. So we don't want to do foreign investment in tools. We want to build tools at home and then sell them. That's my theory. So instead of doing that, we will give the Panama Canal Company rights to shipyards, maybe? The problem is that the Suez Canal Company has just bought up. How do I see how many of them they have bought relative to how many are around? But they bought a lot of stuff, basically. So we need to give the Panama Canal investment rights if we want it to be productive, so it gives us the max number of companies. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the right play there. Invasion here not looking hugely promising. Oh, I think it is promising right now. It's just that they have reinforcements on the way. Yes. We might be able to get some battles in before they do that. They are demanding return Texas. They do have a fairly substantial army these days, but absolutely under no circumstances are we returning Texas. Austria, you're going to back them? Austria, you're my ally. Quick, sign a defensive pact with Austria. Hey, Austria, you wouldn't be thinking about backing the US, would you? I'll defend you against Prussia if you defend me. Oh, look at those reasons to accept. I'll defend you against Prussia if you defend me against America. And more importantly, don't back America. What are you talking about? I'll promise not to subvent coal. In fact, let's bind this for only 5 years so we can get out of it later if we want to. I won't tariff or subvent coal. Now, ally me. And now surely you won't side against me. They still may. Interesting. That's not ideal. I guess I'll have to just assume, probably correctly, that I am not going to be invaded on the home islands because we have a sufficiently large navy around. But we'll need to keep a very close eye on that. But yeah, America, until they're fully mobilized up, aren't going to be a problem. And now we need to try and win this war with France decisively. So we'll start invading Corsica and things. Oh yeah, and 20% chance on graduated taxation? You never know. What happened? Crooked connections. Austria still sided against us, despite a defensive pact with me. Are you kidding? That's problematic. We're losing our grip on being able to invest everywhere. Enactment time down. Sure. Industrialists are happy enough. Oh, that's problematic. France and Austria turning against us. It's a good thing our GDP is skyrocketing. But, ooh, pollution. Not great. The trade unionists, they're already happy enough. So I'm using the fact that we're getting into more of these conflicts as a good moment to try and beef up our army. And I'm also trying to use that to employ the Irish, because many, many Irish people are currently unemployed. What screen shows that? Oh, no, actually, very few of them these days. There used to be a lot of unemployed Irish, but we've been piling them into the military, which appears to have helped. Oh, hello. Oh, right, this is the American front. And the Americans have sent troops over here. That's interesting. I wonder if we can defend it with just these guys. The invasion into French Senegal didn't go well. This is their capital state. Okay, so we'll pivot an invasion to up here. Once we finish in India, we'll invade simultaneously here and Corsica. And that should do it. Right. No, we also need to invade to get to this place. Right, okay. Maybe we go through Liberia to do that. It looks like Austria is not deploying huge number of forces over here. So we'll see what happens there. And their war goal requires that they take Texas, so we should be able to do that. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate that Austria is coming away from us. They haven't broken the investment treaty yet, but they surely will. Yeah, I mean, simultaneously fighting France, America, and Austria wasn't really part of the plan. And there goes the Declaration of Portsmouth and the investment and trade we have with Austria. So, I mean, it's not ideal. No, negative. No. Oh, we get 10% because we have setbacks left. 30%. 30%. But yeah, the conflict up here. I mean, we're not holding on some of them, which is not ideal. Looks like we could potentially advance on this front, though. So that's good. Swift Merchant Marine from the Suez Canal. Nice. And we are invading here. It says they have loads of men. They don't. They haven't actually shown up yet. And we are actually launching the attack. We're not gentlemanly waiting for them to arrive, so that's good. The invasion of Corsica is going well. So that's good. It's a tricky situation. And there's a freaking native uprising down here. I'm going to have to send a couple of skirmish infantry to go deal with that. That's perfectly doable, though. Keep getting some more armed forces in here, because the armed forces are only authoritarians right now. I also built another army, getting 60 guys in Dodge here. So once they're all trained up, we should be in a good spot. That's Corsica invaded. So you know what, actually? You go ahead and invade the American capital. I bet they cannot stop this glorious army of shrapnel artillery. And then if we can knock America out, we have far less fronts to deal with. Meanwhile, invasion here. Progressing relatively well, but a lot of Frenchies just showed up. It's a term of endearment, by the way. We'll see. Going relatively well. Landing here. I think with the victory of this battle, we complete the Senegal war goal. And then we just need these guys. Which is more awkward to achieve, because this is my bad army. We're holding on the defense, but I don't think we'd be able to go on the offense. But if we can make this landing, knock America out of that war, then we free up so many men to be able to use to get in here. Meanwhile, by the way, France is trying to take Catalonia, and Russia stepped in to say, no, you will not touch the sovereignty of the British Empire. Catalonia will remain in the British power bloc. Whoa, the Netherlands are at 200. What the heck happened there? Invite them in before something changes. What on earth was that about? Excellent. Perhaps they view us as a protector against France or something. That's a really nice change. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, 30%? No. Oh, we got the increase. Oh, from 10%, 25% stall. It really looks like we're going to get it. That's insanely good. Landing here. Yeah, can't stop the shrapnel. Can't stop the shrapnel. Very nice. Damn, we lost that battle in Senegal. Maybe we'll get this one. No, their defense has gone way up. Oh, crap. That's a real problem. We'll have to come in here with a bigger army, basically. As long as we can get America knocked out, then we're in a pretty good spot. Plus, we are advancing into the Midwest because they didn't defend this this much. Damn, yeah, that's not going our way. There's no point banging our head on the wall. Let's abandon this invasion. Or, you know what we should do? You know what we should do? We should do a sneaky. We should do a sneaky. Let's invade next to that while their defensive force is bogged down fighting us for the capital. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think that could work well. You really haven't trained any of these men yet? I did. It's finished building all the things. The barracks are just... Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to employ up. We have put a lot of barracks in Ireland. The other thing, and this is pretty mean thinking, but the other reason I'm putting all the troops in Ireland is that they're less literate, which means for every Irish troop that dies in one of our wars, we get a bit more literate, which is, I mean, horrifying on the face of it, but might work out for us. Let's rapid advance. Try and get in here as soon as possible before the reinforcements arrive. But the reinforcements are already here. But we got one battle off. Ah, it's not going to be enough. It might actually. They're moving pretty slowly. But no, they're on the front now, aren't they? Well, are they? Yeah, they are. It's close. It's very close. We may just be able to pull it out. And we have the American capital. They're the only negotiating party. So we should be able to get them out pretty soon. Good. Oh, we are getting this. Oh, and just as I unpause, we get graduated taxation. Hell yeah. £500,000 in just dividend taxes. That's nice. And income tax is actually 0 because we have the temporary modifier. That's kind of sweet. Plus, good moment for open hearth. Slightly more productive, but way less money because coal's expensive. That's okay. We'll bring the price of coal down. It's still going to be worth it to be more productive, I think. And yeah, losing a lot of men, continuing to try these attacks in here. But 62% here. Ah, more have shown up. But they're really wounded. Let's see. Only 24 defense. It's not happening. It's not happening, lads. Call off the invasions. We'll get them next time. We'll get them next time. US, with the US kicked out, should be good. Trade unions. Trade unions, I don't really like the trade unions right now. I'm liking the idea of going this full industrialist build. Despite the fact that we're taxing the industrialists quite a bit. Okay, what do we do now? Well, we could, you know what we could do? Yeah. What we could do is push here. Because we can push through here and take Messina without having to do a naval invasion. And the French probably aren't garrisoning this bit of French Senegal because they don't view it as having a front with us because we're having to go via America. Could work. There's the humiliate on the US, which also takes us out of war with Austria. Austria is antagonistic and our relations are at -88. And they've rivaled us? Austria, this is not sensible. Please think of our investments. we have these glorious investments in your country. But okay, we're not coming back from a -88. Austria, get rivaled. Hey, Prussia, do you want me to help you beat up Austria? Because I'm totally down to do that now. We could liberate Hungary and then get them into our power block. Liberate Lombardy, get them into our power block. Back Italy against Austria. This treachery will go highly punished. France right now is only at -33, and they would take a white piece. So I think we give it to them. Yeah, I think we give it to them because I think we might be able to make friends with France again. And I would really like... Yes, they're back to cautious. Hell yes. Give me my investment rights back. They're not keen. But they're only at cautious. Our infamy being low. And yeah, if we enforce things, I think it lowers our relations more and more. I could be wrong though, because Austria didn't... Maybe it's just time at war. We should now be able to, I think... Doctrine of Iron and Steam. Nice. Yeah. Rams. I think we should now be able to get friendly with Austria again. Sorry, with France in a way that we couldn't have with Austria because their relations were just way too poor. I would like to get investment rights. I wonder if I can find a way to make that happen. There we go. The Make Up and Be Nice treaty has entered into force. They saw that we trounced them at sea and hence really wanted to buy our ships. And we kind of hoodwinked them because we're using steamships now, but we sold them bad ones. The old ones. We get investment rights and trade privileges back. They get military access, which I don't think matters, like, at all. And then our relations are going to skyrocket again. Okay, good. So we're back friendly with Austria, with them. So that's good stuff. Egypt, I really want you to get in here. New Africa, have you chilled out yet? No, they're still antagonistic. Shame. Okay, I think this is a good way to cheer up the petty bourgeoisie. Because they're market liberals right now. Let's go free trade. I haven't been using tariffs almost at all, except in treaties, and even then, not very much. So let's go free trade for the trade advantage, because we're doing quite a lot of trading. Let me have a look here at our trade centers. We have 224 trade centers. That's not actually as many as I thought it was going to be. We should probably build some more trade centers. I really don't build very many trade centers. I just don't really understand a good methodology of knowing where to build them. But yeah, 200,000 people employed in trade centers. That's quite a few. How is the one down here doing, by the way? It's actually using all its trade capacity still. That's crazy. Let's build another 30 levels there. And is the one in... I also don't understand, should I build one big one in the capital, or should I just build them spread evenly everywhere, or... I really don't know. This is using its full trade capacity. Let's just build some huge trade centers and see how that goes for fun. Here's an interesting opportunity. The French are attacking the Japanese. We can come in for very low infamy for enforcing a treaty port. It's presumably more infamy if I put it on a bigger state. But no, okay, it's 3.5. Is that 3 points? Well, 3.6 plus 1.8, I imagine. But that seems good. A treaty port in Kanto with the Edo Bay, and it's going to make France like us because we'll be fighting on their side. So yeah, treaty port in Kanto. Now, treaty port is of course less valuable in a country that's having its market opened, but that seems good. I'm not going to mobilize my men unless it looks like France is going to lose this war, which I suspect they won't. Because yeah, 12-13 defense is not good enough. But then with that treaty port, we can probably get Japan into our power block when they're no longer, what do you call it? When they're no longer... We should probably start hurting the intelligentsia, by the way. Because it's these two that are going to be... It's the Tories plus the Polite that we want to try and use to get our single-party system going on. Excuse me, Belgium? No, Belgium left because we tanked our cohesion by getting Andalusia to become a subject. That sucks. And the darn Prussians are making a real play. I never did get a power block embassy with them. Oh no, I did. It's just it goes away when they're in your power block. That's a shame. They're still genial though. We might be able to get them back. We'll see. We're still investing in them, so. Well, Japan backed down. I should have seen that coming, really. They gave us the province. We're going to build some trade centers here and start seeing what we can do. What are we actually exporting from these guys, by the way? We're importing wood, opium, furniture. That makes sense. But what are we actually exporting? Tea, sugar, silk dyes. That makes a lot of sense. Nice. And the fact that we're exporting them from here gives us a huge advantage when buying them in terms of getting more competitive pricing, which is nice. So now I'm improving relations with Japan because Yeah, it's not high, obviously, but having a treaty port gives us plus 200. They still have really high leverage from population size just because they're big, and then traditionalism, free trade, censorship, and closed borders. All kind of, all helping there. Boost the industrialists' attraction, that seems fine. And momentum for the industrialists also seems fine. Siam's improving our relations. Siam, would you like to come into the power block? Doesn't look like they would. Ah, looks like Austria liberated all these Balkan people from the Ottoman yoke. Cool. We might need to see what we can do about that. I am trying to add more and more momentum to the Tory party, by the way. It won't be very significant, but just anything we can do to mean that this guy can get in there. The problem is I can't support movements anymore. I probably shouldn't have gone guaranteed liberties and protected speech. We should have stayed on right to assembly. We could make a play to put censorship back in, but it would really annoy people. Ah, they want proportional taxation. They would compromise on racial segregation. No, I'm afraid we are just going to tank. Probably quite a few government requests that we don't like out of the petty bourgeoisie, which is why we need the one-party industrialist state. All right, here's the election results. Horatio Davidson. Ooh, because they formed the party together, meaning the industrialists are pretty potent now. Okay, okay. Well, we don't need these guys in because they're just... Oh, they endorse private schools. I didn't realize they endorse private school. Oh, we already have public schools, right? Obviously. Why did I still think we didn't have that? What I thought they were talking about was... No, that is what they're talking about. Public school, right? This is endorsed by... No, it isn't. Nuts. Well, we could try and push this through, but that would really annoy the petty bourgeoisie. Maybe we just go... Maybe we just accept restricted child labor. We still get pretty good education, but yeah. I mean, literacy is creeping back up a bit now, but yeah, we'll see. I also... We're not involved in this. Allow me to deal with my colonies. I'm tempted to start annexing some colonies, like Canada. They'd probably accept. 23 infamy is quite substantial. But it would be nice to have Canada. I mean, this is some prosperous land. Who are the powerful interest groups in Canada? Basically, petty bourgeoisie. There's a lot of trade unions. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think maybe we let our infamy come down and do that, but if I can find conflicts to conquer oil land first, I am going to focus on that. Like this, for example. Yeah, that'll do. Ooh, okay. Prussia unified up. And now they're going to fight here. Well, last time we ruined our game by fighting basically this exact war. But this time we have a much more modern army. We have a good relationship with Prussia right now. But, so do we want to break them apart? I don't think we do. I don't view Prussia as a likely threat in my foreign affairs. Belgium sided with the French Republic. Oh, that could bode well for them. They might add in just nationalizing. Do we want to go in? I don't think we do. I think we stay out of it. I want to stay friends with both of them. I want to invest in both of them, and I want to conquer unrecognized powers. That's my raison d'etre right now. Here's an opportunity. A positivist for the intelligentsia would be good. Are there any other positivists? A positivist for the industrialists would be insane. This guy is 75 loved, orator charismatic. Charismatic is what? 20%, so net 25% approval boost. Where's the other positivist? We could also get Marx, but 20, not as good. 10%, just 10%. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong positivist. This guy, 85, 15%, and more pop attraction, and more attraction there. Yeah, it's you. It's going to be you, and we're going to give you leadership. Once they're... Yeah, we need them to be pressured. Come on. Not pressuring anybody, and I can't boost it. How do I boost their support? It did just jump up with this guy's extra, everyone liking him. Highly urbanized state, high literacy, capitalist aristocrats, officers. So basically just keep working on literacy, and maybe that'll get them going. And then we implement a single party state, and possibly we go presidential. Because corporate... No, I need the company slot. They like appointed bureaucrats. Interesting. Oh, directly from France, a mass migration. Love that. And there's Catalonia, subjugated within the empire. Love that too. Yeah, Prussia, I don't like your odds. I mean, France, I don't like your odds. You should back down. Honestly. You'd avoid the Belgians losing all their access to Prussian buildings. North Caucasus, yeah, I can see why they would migrate. The situation in the North Caucasus is a little unpleasant right now. Some turmoil. Oh, nice. The samurai and petty bourgeoisie in Japan have formed a lobby supporting us. That's pretty nice. Good to have. Ah, I'm not building anything. Need to fix that. Oh, that's convenient. The Belgium... our leverage over Belgium is dramatically increasing. For some reason, they're not that happy with the with the Prussians right now. So we might be able to sneak them back into our setup here. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so big day. The Labour Party has formed. They are socialist now, officially. So they endorse Council Republic, protectionism, graduated taxation, workers' protections, old age pension. So they've split from the Charlists, who I think they were with before. But they're not in government anyway, so... And here we go. Members of the Charlist Party have been vigorously warning voters against the Labour Party. So yeah, I don't know that we need... So the question is, do we want the child labour laws enough that we're going to empower the trade unionists? And I think, even though they would be good, the answer is no. I think we're going to keep going with the industrialist path. So, Red Scare minimized. No, yeah. They're traitors to the nation, honestly. Just be wealthy and affluent and happy about it. That's all that needs to be done. So France attacked the British Raj again, which is annoying. I don't really know how we could avoid that. Even if we had an alliance with them, I feel like they're just not registering that the Raj is a subject. It's because they're attacking subjects of subjects, I'm pretty sure. The game doesn't really register that they're subjects, but on the bright side, we completely trashed the French at the moment at war. And their war support can officially go negative already. So as soon as it does, they're going to lose all of this, which is all of their African holdings, I think. So that's pretty nice. One from farms to factories completed. Nice. British Dream. That's a different thing. Is it this one? The Road to Progress. Industrialists are satisfied. Nice. Yeah, sure. More attraction for the industrialists. Fine by me. So I'm taking a look at our political situation. Oh, there's the previous election results down here. I've never noticed that before. That's cool. And I think if we want to get onto one-party state, which I do, then we're going to have to set ourselves up for it. Right now, no one's going to back it apart from the trade unions, and the trade unions aren't strong enough. So, also, what determines what the one party is? It's just the one in government. No, when enacted, P-Light Party becomes the only legal party. There we go. Current composition must be updated with members of the single legal party. Right. This law is not supported by any interest group, except it is, because the trade unions do. So I think what we have to do is enact universal suffrage. This will make the positivist movement really mad, because the positivist movement is actually okay with wealth voting. They like single-party state, but they also like wealth voting, which is what we're on. So if I go to universal suffrage, positivists will support a switch to single-party state, which they currently don't, because the positivists endorse this, but that doesn't matter, because they already have what they want. So there's no positivist stuff in favor. So we go universal suffrage, and then also, if we're universal suffrage, the industrialists, when they don't have a radical leader, because the radical leader endorses universal suffrage, but when they don't have a radical leader, being plutocratic will mean that they're neutral towards single-party state. And because they oppose what we're on and in neutral towards single-party state, I'm pretty sure that means they would apply pressure towards making single-party state a thing. Is there a way that we could check that? So the trade unions, what is your opinion on restricted labor? I assume it's neutral, because you'd rather... No, they endorse restricted. Okay, now let me look for an example to see if I'm correct on that. That if you're on something they oppose, they endorse the things that they're neutral on. Yes, here's an example. So the petit bourgeoisie are neutral on cultural exclusion, but because they oppose multiculturalism, they will apply their votes in favor of passing cultural exclusion. Okay. So, we go universal suffrage. That gives us an intelligentsia, when not radical, and trade unions who will vote for single-party state. The intelligentsia won't, although do market liberals support it? No, market liberals don't have anything. They're liberal, and we're not going to get rid of that, I don't think. So they're not going to vote for it. The petit bourgeoisie, and the gentry and the royal folk don't like it, but we don't care about them. I don't think we can get the petit bourgeoisie to do it, because they don't have a stance on government principles right now. I mean, on distribution of power, which seems weird, right? But potentially we can invite someone in to have them support it. Now, the problem is, when we pass universal suffrage, this might wildly empower both the petit bourgeoisie and the trade unions. That is my usual experience of passing universal suffrage. You get substantially more of the legitimacy becomes based on votes and less based on clout. And obviously there's no wealth limit on voting, whereas right now we're overwhelmingly only having members of the middle class and upper strata vote. But this will let the lower strata vote. Can I see what party the lower strata currently support? This might even empower the landowners a bit as well. Yeah, because right now, look at this. Capitalists with 26% of the political strength is really nice. This is going to really buff machinists, and the machinists are trade unionists. The laborers are trade unionists. The engineers are... At least, okay, there's a lot of industrialist engineers still. That's good. But yeah, I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to make the play. But first, we're going to abolish protected speech, which is going to annoy some people. But I think this is worth it, because this gives us the ability to actually suppress and bolster movements. That way we can suppress the positivist movement, and potentially we can suppress the liberal movement, who might get really mad when we go to one-party state. So we're going to do right of assembly first. We can't get censorship through, I don't think. Outlawed dissent would also be fun, which we might try when we have a one-party state. But yeah, because the tech spread, I mean, the tech spread is nice, for sure, from this. We get a lot of tech spread at the moment. But yeah, okay. So we get rid of protected speech, such that we're allowed to have a little bit of a finger on the scale. Then we pass universal suffrage. And then by the time we've done both of those things, we aim to have had political agitation researched. And then we try and get the one-party state going. Cool. The other situation at the moment, by the way, is that I've dropped taxes to nothing. I've put wages up to maximum. I've built construction sectors in like practically all of the industrialized states. I'm going to have to build more. I can't spend all this money. So we're going to frantically keep building more construction sectors. I'm kind of leery about building more construction sectors than we literally need. But I guess if we ever get to a situation where we have nothing more to build at home, I'll just build more and more abroad in order to get leverage, I think. Okay, so I have a theory. We had an election relatively recently. It was in 76. Elections are every what? 5 years? I don't know. We could invent political agitation pretty quickly. In 3 years, but less actually, because once feminism unlocks, we'll be able to do this faster. There's some kind of joke in there about feminism in a one-party state, but I can't think of a way of making it without it coming across as unpleasant, rather than just in good humor. So, but if we get, we get camera unlocked, then we do this, and while we're researching political agitation, we pass universal suffrage. Universal suffrage passes, then the tech unlocks, then we immediately start passing this before we have another election. In order for that to work, I really wish it just showed the cooldown for when you could invite someone without me having to go here. Cooldown is done in 2 years. Okay, and there's no industrialist agitators. So how do we make the industrialists not furious about it? Well, they won't be furious about it. They won't care because they're really loyal. The petty bourgeoisie won't care about it. So it's just the intelligentsia and the armed forces. Are they currently backing it? I don't think they are, because we lost the guy there. We're boosting up the positivist movement. So I think we need to put one of these guys in. We should put the younger one in, I think. You. Only be taken once every 5 years. Yeah, I think there's no reason to not do this. That tank our legitimacy? No. So he will support it. Once we're on, and it's only -5 from wealth voting for the industrialists. This will hurt the industrialists' opinion. Oh, but now the intelligentsia hate universal suffrage. That's not the worst thing in the world, because they'll come back around when we try and pass single-party state. So, is there a reason to not do it now? Well, actually, given that it's the trade unionists won't support it, right? Maybe we end up with the trade unionists in government for a second here. No, because they strongly endorse universal suffrage. Damn. So they definitely won't come around to it. I'm so confused that the petty bourgeoisie don't have a policy, like an approach. Can we get a positivist for you? No. We can get an authoritarian for you, though. They'll start a reactionary movement, which is not ideal. So an unpopular reactionary for the petty bourgeoisie, who will therefore back one-party state. That seems acceptable. Are there any... There's a positive... Okay, a positivist military one is also good, but they're 8% versus 18. So it's a lot more impactful if we can get on the petty bourgeoisie. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And is the positive movement still... It's not. Okay, it's not affected by the agitator because we promoted him. That's good to know. Okay, research begins on political agitation. We are going to go for universal suffrage. This may ruin my capitalist paradise. Excuse me. Why is that button not working? There we go. Which the industrialists endorse. Intelligentsia don't like it. The positivist movement is made more radical, which is good, because the positivist movement will support the one-party state. Oh, did our... No, okay, we still have the positivist agitator. We can't invite someone for another 1 year. At which point, yeah, I feel like it's going to be a reactionary. The problem is the reactionary movement is going to want migration controls and to get rid of multiculturalism. They've offered me this 6 or 7 times. So that's not ideal. Clearing up some land in Africa, conquering this. These guys are recognized. I hadn't realized, so we'll get them the power block way. And probably time to start, yeah, doing some subjugations within the power block. Nice. Ooh, I didn't realize that Belgium had lost its land. That's not good. That may result in us needing to go against the North German Federation at some point. We've been getting quite a few mass migrations from them, which is funny. Is their population? No historical data. Why not? Anyway, hopefully that will mean that Belgium stops being a major power, at which point we can, you know, interact and subjugate them that way. But that's unfortunate. I didn't intervene in this war because it's mostly just France and Germany, and we want to keep investing in both. Okay, we can just instantly pass it. That's interesting. I assume that still improves the happiness of those who wanted it to pass. It's just going to really annoy the intelligentsia. But the intelligentsia are going to be freaking thrilled by our next law, so I don't think that matters. So yeah, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. We get universal suffrage. Feminism is about to unlock. How long is it going to be? 5 to 6 weeks. Yeah. By which point we'll have almost finished this because it will knock off, what, 3,000 or so of the research points required for this. I'm going to keep trying the crew as pirates, condemning the ships, because it makes the trade unionists happy. It's the only thing holding the trade unionists off being really mad. Ah, yes, what does this do? Industrialists ushered in liberal politics. Right, so do we want our industrialists to be more popular? We kind of... Ooh, we definitely don't want to make John Chamberlain radical. Making him reformer. I don't think we want that. Although it does compulsory private school. Compulsory private school on the armed forces could be useful, actually. Let's do that. Which brings us to the thought, the word, and the ideal. University building, throughput, or arts. Yeah, definitely university. Because yeah, we're way over the innovation cap, by the way. We're doing 287. I built a bunch of universities partly just to try and help with qualifications, because we were having some issues with illiterate migrants coming in without enough qualifications. So we more universities to help them out. And then open arms. Whoa, 25% migrant attraction permanently? Damn. That's pretty good. And then we have freedom of trade, which we are going to just automatically unlock. Nice. Sell, sell. Advantage for exports or imports. Oh. That's interesting. I guess imports help our lower classes, exports help our upper classes. It's more complicated than that. But that's how I'm thinking about it. So, sell, sell. Because we make more money from the sale of industrial goods, and we increase. Oh, well, I guess if you buy primary goods, that could also hurt your. I have to turn off a bunch of these greener grass campaigns, by the way. It could also. We don't need this, so we can put the greener grass campaign back in Lancashire. That would help. If you buy primary goods, it would depress the wages of your lower classes. So it kind of swings and roundabouts. I don't know. A utopian intelligentsia guy. Interesting. So, laws-wise, could we now do this? It would be difficult because the industrialists don't like it. Ooh, if the industrialists are that... But they're not as unhappy about this, right? No, they are. Crap. Okay. So we need to cheer the industrialists up. Basically. Because there's no way we can make it through a 72% stall chance. So, hey, industrialists. Chill out. It's all going to be okay. We'll exploit the colonies. That'll cheer them up. And if we can just get rid of the reformer at the head of the industrialists, then we'd be in a much better state. What are the chances of new people coming in? Only sorry, radical, not reformer. Only 10% chance of a radical. Would you... He's 67, dude. Die. I don't know how to... I don't think there's a way for us to make him just die. Okay, and here's the election. Also, the parties have realigned, and I think this is actually good. We've got the intelligentsia and the industrialists together in the DPP. Now, that's kind of good because that means we can hopefully use the Tories to pass... this is a funny sentence. We should use the Tories to pass one-party state, but then we can kick them out of government. In fact, we'll have to kick them out of government because they won't be part of the one party. I think that works. I think that works okay. We can also put the trade unionists into a very legitimate government, but I'm going to leave it like this. If I kick them out, is it better? Yeah, but I don't want to kick the armed forces out yet, because we might still be able to get the armed forces to be one of the ones that that backs us. In October, we can do a promotion. Sorry, an invite. At that point, we'll have to make a choice about whether we think we can bear a reactionary movement amongst the petty bourgeoisie, or predominantly amongst the petty bourgeoisie. Nice, there's feminism. Predominantly amongst the petty bourgeoisie, while they're not in the one party of the one party state, seems fine. I think. This is a problem. Less political strength per vote could be useful to us, actually. Yeah, let's do that to try and empower the industrialists a bit. And I really wish there was a single industrial agitator. Or if you, Horatio Davidson, please just croak for me. It would be really good. And I am going to buff up the armed forces because they might be our only hope to get this one-party stuff through. So it's a risk, but I do think a reactionary authoritarian to head up the petty bourgeoisie is the right play. So Christina Cansis, the authoritarian Northern Italian Catholic, who is inexperienced. That's kind of good, actually. Less political movement attraction, though less political strength for the movement as well. Let's bring her in. Can't grant her leadership yet, but I think that's the way it will go. And then the industrialists still aren't happy enough. Damn. Yeah, our leader having the radical ideology is pretty devastating to our plans. We need an event to buff up the opinion of the industrialists. Is there any other law the industrialists would like that we could pass? They sometimes like some regulatory bodies or something in here. Do they like mass conscription? Do they like state atheism? Positivists do. I mean, they'd like it if we went to parliamentary republic. Well, give me an event to give the industrialists 5 opinion. Okay. That's one opinion. Come on. There's got to be something. Okay, yeah. This is going to go away soon. That's good. That might put them at 20. That might be just enough. That might be precisely enough. Did the election finish, by the way? Did I just close out of the election result? I think the election did finish. Yeah, and now we have this this problem. So I don't want to kick the Liberals out. Oh, yeah. But maybe I have to. No, I mean, 60 legitimacy is plenty. It's partly 60 just held up by the fact that we've got very low taxes and the fact that we've got Beijing. All these unemployed people, by the way, they're all in China. If we look at, yeah, there's millions of people starving in Beijing and Shaanxi because they're unemployed, which is not ideal, but I'm not that bothered, to be honest. Ooh. Character appears. Sinclair is our man and he may die. No, he'll be fine. Press on. Costing £200,000 a week to send an expedition to Tibet, by the way. It's kind of insane. This could do it. It occurred to me. We embargo the Americans. And then... Oh, no. Still just times 0.5 from neutral. And the fact that he's there. And this is not going to pass. Not with just the intelligentsia. Still don't have a chance. Yeah. Damn. We need to get rid of the leader. It's the only way. Now, if I grant him command... No. Corporate state does not allow him to become a general. We just need him to die. When he dies, I think... excuse me. Maybe I should rest easy, though. Because when he dies, we can 100% pass it. Because it will have the whole clout of the industrialists behind it. So maybe I should just chill out and do some other things for a while. I'm also building obscene numbers of universities. Partly to make everyone read good. Well, not read good. It doesn't actually improve their literacy, but it improves their qualifications. But also just to try and keep the industrialists relevant, since there are only actual positivists right now. For now, I think we might as well have a more legitimate government. Although if it doesn't go over 75, it doesn't actually do anything, does it? Well, it prevents them from making law requests, I guess. But no, there's no reason to kick them out. It's fine. We can keep a big tent for now. Also, I'm working on Algeria. Oh, okay, there it is. Political agitation. I'm working on Algeria and Senegal to get into our power block, by the way. We have power block embassies on both of them now, just to really deny France the opportunity to get back into any of their African colonies. And malaria prevention is coming up next. Ooh, okay, what's this? Ooh. We can change the head of the petit bourgeoisie to feminist. That could be good. And we get a feminist. If we had a feminist... This is ironic. If we had a feminist head of the industrialists, which we could do in 24 months, we could pass one-party state. Right? I'm thinking it through. We would no longer have a radical. Not only that, we could also get women's rights, which would be sweet. Do it now, actually, but it would be difficult. Even much easier if we have her in charge. Nice! Let's put the feminist Rosia Dennison, whose name is definitely familiar. Is she real? Rosie Dennison. School meal strategy advisor on LinkedIn. No, okay, I don't think she's real. Never mind. So, but if we get her in charge and use the feminist movement to backdoor in a one-party state, that's pretty funny. I think that is what we're going to do. Meanwhile, by the way, just keep using up all of our cohesion to subjugate people. It will put her in charge of the industrialists, but I don't know if that will instantly replace the politician. No, I think in a presidential republic it wouldn't replace them immediately, but in a parliamentary or corporate it would. That would make sense for the real world, because if you change who's the head of the party in a parliamentary republic, that changes who the prime minister is. Whereas in a presidential republic, you gotta wait. I think that's how it will work. And we have calls for women's suffrage, which we will indeed do. Nice. So there's... Yeah, okay, it's just one track in terms of how entitled women are to work and how entitled they are to vote. Cool. So we'll just go straight to women's suffrage. Nice. Which will be good because we are struggling for employees in lots of our home counties, despite dramatic migration. It's a big week for the Great British Republic. First off, we get malaria prevention, which means we can do this, and it means we can very rapidly start colonizing all this land. I am going to continue colonizing only what we're currently colonizing, because I want to completely cut off this central section from anyone else getting to it at best possible pace, but we might actually be at max growth per day. Indeed we are. Let's keep colonizing more until we're no longer being prevented from using up all of our colonial growth. But yeah, we're going to rapidly yoink the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. Is the Sahel sub-Saharan? I guess it is, because the Sahara is like that bit. Anyway, the other big thing is that I'm pretty sure right now... Excuse me. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? We can't give her command. Sorry, I'm hovering over the wrong one. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. Why? Why would the tooltip only show some of the requirements that you don't meet? That is infuriating. Okay, well, we can probably pass this. But that is really dumb, let me just say. That it only shows you some of the reasons you can't click a button rather than all of them, so that you wait for one of them to stop being the case and then it just springs the other one on you. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. Trade unionists like this. Put the trade unionists in government. Can we put the trade unionists in government alongside the petty bourgeoisie? We can kick the armed forces out. Get women's suffrage passed. If I pass women's suffrage, though, is it going to remove her ideology? I hope it doesn't change her from being a feminist if we pass women's suffrage, so that we can still use her to displace this guy. Alright, it's not quite as good a week as we thought. Oh well, oh well. Egypt has withdrawn. Oh yeah, I accidentally went over 25 infamy. So people are going to be pretty upset with us. We'll be able to get it back, though, in just a moment. Unfortunately, due to delays caused by bad tooltips, we have another election going on, and the petty bourgeoisie have wormed their way back into the Democratic Progressive Party, which might save their existence on the political scene. Also, we have Emmeline Pankhurst, who I do not need to look up. She's definitely real. But yeah, I think... Unfortunately, I don't think that means we're not going to be able to kind of marginalize the petty bourgeoisie, and their reactionary ways are going to continue to be a problem. But we'll see. Maybe once we finish passing women's suffrage, the ideologies will all get rejigged, and then Rosina here will not be eligible to take over from old Davidson. Davidson is definitely due a retirement, as far as I'm concerned. Some native uprisings, and so on. Nothing too dramatic. Okay, 45% chance. Pass women's suffrage. We put the person in, one party state. No. Those are advanced though, so that's good. Plus some extra political strength for the capital. That seems good. You know things are going well when it's not like some peripheral people that are outside the metropole that are migrating. It's actually just the French are migrating across the channel. 60,000 a week. Oh, that's really good. That's really good. Look at the migration in France. Oh, you should not have attacked the British Raj twice. At some point, I was not going to tolerate it. And at that point, you lose your colonies. They all join the British Empire. And then your people migrate to London for a better life. Get wrecked, France. Now, okay, 55%? Come on. Still not. Another rally. All right. We'll take 10 more %. 65% next time. Okay. 64%. Oh, and by the way, oops, we have our clothes, silk, and dye plantation, which should synergize nicely. We also get 10% influence once it's profitable. And yeah, the textile mills do come from investment rights. So yeah, with a bit of luck, they will become very profitable. But 64%. This time, I believe. Come on now. Please. Yes, okay. Women's suffrage. Now, before anything happens, grant her leadership. She doesn't take over. Okay. I assume she would at the next election. But she is now in charge of this movement. This block. So I really think, when I click this button, it's going to say that it's got a high chance to pass because they're backing it. It will still have a good stall chance from him being opposed to it. Yes. Yes. Okay. That's really good. So the liberal movement's mad. There's no radical movement. We managed to marginalize that. Yeah, the trade unions are mad about it. I can see why. And when this passes, the Democratic Progressive Party becomes the only legal party. It's unfortunate that the petty bourgeoisie are in that. And if we kick the Labour Party out right now, we're more legitimate, yes? Yes. Okay, good. It's just the trade unions, who I don't think will be able to revolt on their own. But even if they do, if we have to fight a revolt, we have to fight a revolt. The time has come. The single-party state, endorsed by the industrialists and the intelligentsia, get it done. And then to make it happen faster, I will temporarily turn off all my greener grass campaigns, which is a shame because they're definitely helping with our migration. But let's get that minus 17% enactment time, and let's go for it. So they are definitely going to become militant. The liberal movement, no, okay. Trending towards 35, just because there's so many loyal supporters within it. Nice. And they like the guaranteed liberties, the right to assembly, the elected bureaucrats. Is anyone gonna go revolutionary over this then? I don't think so. Does the fact that they're angry increase the activism of this? Or maybe it will increase the support, I don't know. Actually, it's not even pressuring the trade unionists. It's such a marginal little group, the liberals these days. I'm also suppressing the reactionaries because I just don't want them to encourage, you know, backsliding on our kind of racial and migration policies. Iceland has revolted, by the way, so many times. Genuinely maybe 15 to 16 revolutions in Iceland so far. And if you've ever been to Iceland, the idea that this region would rebel is pretty funny because there's like 4 guys in that whole area. A famine, huh? We have quite a lot of famine in the Raj, and I think one thing that we do need to do, and it's a problem because as soon as we do this, everyone's going to break their relationships with us, but I feel like we need to annex the Raj just so that we can get a handle on the food security situation. But even if we did, I guess our institutions wouldn't apply, so it's not like we could start applying our social security to it, because we're not going to integrate it. It would tank our literacy. So maybe they just keep starving and it doesn't really matter. Let rubber drive new growth always. The fact they've added the always do X to those events, very good. Very good. I appreciate that. I have an idea. Oh, no, it's not going to work. I was going to say we should put her in charge of the petty bourgeoisie, which will kick them out of the party. I assume the party composition can still change, even once you have one party state implemented. So, we'll see. Look at this. Less than a year ago, Japan flipped to cordial, started improving relations with us. And we went ahead, if it would let me, freaking, there we go, and bought 41% of their GDP. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And that was a tiny, 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 tiny portion of the investment pool that we have available was used to do that. That's kind of insane. What is the second for highest GDP right now? Germany at 200 million. I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. And Canada is currently higher GDP per capita. Integrating Canada would be nice. It's going to be a bit of a pain, though, because it costs more than 25 infamy. So for now, I'm just making everyone else puppets. 62%. Don't worry about Belgium withdrawing from the London Convention. It's because they're a subject. 62%. Let's see how this works. We did it. Not a single event. No advance, no debate, no nothing. Plus 250 authority, 20 political strength per vote. So unfortunately, it doesn't re-implement wealth limits on voting. It'd be fun to have a one-party state with wealth limits on voting, but 100 legitimacy per votes, minus 50% legitimacy penalty from ideological incompatibility. Nice. So how does that differ from this? You get the, yeah, okay, so less penalty from incompatibility. Yes. State governed by a single legal political party have a monopoly on all political activity. Very nice. So what does that actually look like in practice? Oh, it does make it just one. Okay. I thought it was going to keep the other members of the party, but no, we are just the Charlist Party, as led by the feminist Rosia Dennison. And yeah, we will have 100 legitimacy. So where is our, from what do we draw our 100 legitimacy right now. We have head of state in government plus 18, which is from the Forbidden City, which apparently is not fully employed right now. And then the government votes, right? So 100 legitimacy based on votes, but it's not votes. It's actually just plus 100 at all times. That seems crazy strong. So if we try to reform, okay, we can put other people in government. We just don't have to because we always have 100 legitimacy. So if we wanted, for example, to do this, could we put the trade unions in government? So yeah, we can have the trade unions in and still have 90 legitimacy because the ideological incompatibility penalty is so low. And then wow, that's laggy. Look, let me show you when I scroll. Why is that so laggy? Whoa. Anyway, so if we wanted to do compulsory primary school, obviously it's opposed by the industrialists, but they would only go from 20 to 10. So we'd still, but then, I mean, 5% is not enough to pass it, is it? So I think now the positivists have everything they want, right? No, they don't. We could now consider the positivist policy of state atheism. Only the intelligentsia endorse it. It would give us a bunch more authority, which would be nice. But the problem is it would neuter our conversion. I mean, our migration. So I think it's a terrible idea. We'll just stay on total separation. Is there anything else we want to do? So yeah, law-wise, we would like compulsory private school. Compulsory primary school and workers' protections, if possible. So the way we do that is now we have the industrialists locked in. We can feel more comfortable empowering the trade unionists. And, we have a fascist movement. What is the fascist? I mean, we already have basically a pretty fascist state. It's just that we're multicultural and have right of assembly, basically, which is the only main deviations. But I don't think we want that. So the reactionary movement, I'm not that concerned about. Liberal movement, I'm not that concerned about. I think we try. Nobody wants the kids to go to school, huh? That's a shame. Well, the labor movement does want better welfare, which we wouldn't mind. But I think we stop boosting and debuffing various things because we already have everything we want in here. And we just spend our 1,600 authority on making ourselves an absolute shining beacon. Migrate to my lands. And then basically we just want to look at where is our GDP? Is there sufficient manufacturing over here that it's worth doing it over here? Jesus Christ, there's massive amounts of manufacturing. I did not build this. This is private queue situation. And you presumably, I mean, you have a lot of job seekers, but you actually still have subsistence farms despite having all this. Blimey. But some of these places are short on people. So yeah, come to the British Isles. We want you. And then, yeah, also over here, other centers of GDP over here, Missouri, Minnesota. Is Wisconsin developed? Somewhat. Could use some more labor saving. It's not profitable. But yeah, just come live in my country, basically. And then everywhere that we've just started doing that, we should put a power block statue so that it's cheaper. And then we're going to have a truly absurd mass migration attraction, I think. 111 is pretty... 100, there we go. 137 is pretty high. Oh yeah, we took Greenland without a fight. They just handed it over. The wimps. So that's good. Nice. Okay, so that's... no, Cuba, sod off. That's pretty much what we wanted to do on the political front. The only thing is if we could get better schooling, basically. But even without better schooling, we're still cruising on tech. And with the establishment of our one-party state, this might be where I leave this campaign. We did a pretty good job. Germany and France are still friendly with us. We're invested in them. heavy investments in the Ottomans in Egypt, as well as in Japan. Apart from that, let's take a look here. Yeah, we only own half our GDP, which is just because our GDP is vast, but we own 80% of the Raj, 62% of the North German Federation. Jesus Christ. 50% of France, 62% of Germany, 58% of the Ottomans, 14% of Austria, that's from our old treaty, of course, 33% of Egypt. I mean, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy, the amount of stuff that we own overseas. And our companies are ludicrously potent. Let me take a look here. Yes, even our brand new company is bigger than anyone else's company in the world. That's pretty crazy how quickly it bought stuff up. I don't understand how companies acquire buildings. Like, I guess they must be able to buy buildings off, what's it called? Not stock exchanges. Financial, what are they called? Financial districts? Financial districts, I feel like must be able to sell things to companies. Sao Paulo, by the way, one of the most prosperous parts of our whole kingdom, and the Igbo, consequently, one of the richest in the empire, I think, because this is where both the main headquarters of Sao Paulo and the railway are, given that those were, you know, Brazilian companies that Brazilian flavored companies anyway, that we've kind of stolen. They're low unemployment just because they need, let me have a look here. They need another 32,000 capitalists, meaning I think that those capitalists who are employed here get the dividends of the, look at this, workforce dividends of 800,000. So these Spanish capitalists, let's have a look here. These specific 4,000 Spanish capitalists have an income of some insane amount. Can I see it? Yeah, the weekly pop income on these 1,200 people is 291,000 cash. Oh, why is my bottom bar on my computer so tiny all of a sudden? That's weird. Anyway, let's do some quick maths here. They make 291, right? And what shit of the workforce? Okay, they make 291,000 per week. So we divide that by the number of people, and we get £238 a week, which is not much, but that's £12,000 a year. Average global income in pounds. Yeah, that's double the current income. And obviously these comparisons are a little incoherent to some extent, but those guys are living it large, and they currently get an incredibly small growth rate because they're very literate and they have too much money. They currently pay 40% higher because they're spending 25% of their money. This right here is like a modern inner city budget. If you ignore housing, they're spending 25% of their whole income on transportation. Then services, you know, they're going out to eat, they're going catching a movie. Then they're spending the rest of it on Netflix subscriptions and China. That's funny. Anyway, they are wildly overpaying for transportation in Sao Paulo. Why has this railway not been expanded? This must be ludicrously... Yeah, 90 productivity. Sure, let's chuck a ton more in there on the railway. Are we subsidizing this? We do not need to subsidize the 89... Oh, no, we do, sorry. Because if we don't subsidize this, all the railway workers go and work in the company headquarters and the situation gets even worse. And they just became prosperous, despite already being the 5th largest company in the world. They have 1,300 building levels. That's insane. Let me take a look at our... there must be a textile mill in the capital. Yeah, look at this. 140% throughput. Love it. Love that. Anyway, this might be the end. If it isn't, the video will continue on straight away after this if I come back and play. But for now, I feel like we've achieved everything we set out to. There's obviously more colonizing to be done. I may well come back later and do some more, but just in case I don't, thank you so very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I like that, yeah, the twist ending of feminism allowing the rise of the one-party state is very funny to me. So, yeah. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Turns out, not quite over. Let's put the petty bourgeoisie and armed forces in government. It does let them be in government, right? Yeah. And then let's pass outlawed dissent. Because, oh, it's probably not going to be able to pass. Oh, it'll make the fascist movement happy. That makes me sad. But still, I think this could be good. I don't think we're going to be able to pass it. Let's just give it, why not? Let's just give it a go. It's going to really, really annoy the intelligentsia, but that doesn't matter. And then once we've done that, let's implement a national guard, military force to suppress domestic unrest. Because this gives us, well, I mean, secret police would be better, because then we have minus 25% suppression impact here, and minus 50% suppression impact here. So we could put 75% reduction on the appeal of, oh, just hypothetically, let's say the liberal movement. It could be fun. But we're not going to be. I mean, this seems like we'd have to get very lucky. Is this our second good event? Oh, no, that's a stall. Never mind. 10% down. It's not terrible. I thought stalls gave setbacks. We did get one good event, though, so it's a wash so far. And we're on to amendment, so. I do like that the elections still happen. I find that pretty funny. And yeah, we're just cleaning up borders. Had another bad event. This one could clinch it. Oh, just straight onto voting. No need for debate with outlawed dissent. Just straight on through. On the 25% roll, we get outlaw dissent. Very nice. Why do we still have a feminist movement, by the way? Because haven't they got everything they wanted? Is there anything else that we can give them? I guess it's just that they've got Pankhurst and still pressuring interest groups, I guess. But their initial enthusiasm for movement, that's probably part of it. Because they, yeah, I feel like they have everything they need. So yeah, we now put 50% on if we suppress. But what if we now pass National Guard? No, National Guard just does the activism down. Secret Police does activism and suppression impact, but doesn't help out with droughts and floods and things. Being able to mobilize a stupid number of people, is that valuable? I'm not sure it is. Buffing up the political strength of servicemen is kind of good, though. It will make the liberal movement militant. So I think we don't do this for right now. But potentially in the future, that's definitely on the table. And also, I was considering re-implementing protections where the industrialists are. They are not about that. And then, yeah, the trade unions back compulsory child school. Sorry, compulsory primary school. We could give that a go. Because, I mean, the government bends to our whim. Bring the trade unions into government. We're not quite as legitimate anymore. God, I don't know why this screen lags so much with the laws open. Yeah, we lose 4 million loyalists. See if I care. Let's have a go at compulsory primary school. The industrialists are still happy, so they won't oppose it. That would be, I mean, we've had some good luck this game. I really feel like most of the events you get when you're trying to pass laws are positive rather than negative. Perhaps that's just the way things go because of the way that when you choose to pass laws, there tend to be lots of interest groups beginning to back them and things like that. But it really feels kind of skewed in my favor, honestly. I'm trying to think about things we could build in Japan. You want some furniture manufactories? Yeah, they seem quite profitable. Let's build a bunch of furniture manufactories and see if we can get them into the power block. And then we're also almost getting the Ottomans into the power block, despite not having investment rights, which is pretty freaking nice. I am funding their lobbies, aren't I? Yes. We'll see. Once they flip to friendly, that might be enough. And yeah, Japan, very close. This is why I'm not causing any more infamy right now, because I'm not also enforcing subject. Some people like Senegal. We have done Algeria. Yeah, should be able to get Japan to the block. And they're currently a regional power rather than a great power. So we would, I think, be able to What's it called? Get. What's the word I'm looking for? Subjugate them through the power block interaction, which would be pretty sweet. Get all of Japan that way. Primary culture with low acceptance. No, you don't. You liar. And what just changed? How did their leverage resistance just spike? Is it because they passed something? Did they pass censorship? No, it's collapsing. Why is it collapsing? God, even with them dependent on us. Because we own 75% of them. Damn. Looks like we're not going to be able to get them then. I wonder what just changed. A sour truth. Hey, that's a good one. It's going to annoy the armed forces, but that's okay. 20% buff. Let's go. I don't think we're going to be able to get them then. I wonder what it did change. Unfortunate. Well, if we're not going to get them, and I don't think we can get the Ottomans without building in them, but we'll wait to see what happens when they go friendly before I give up on them. Oh, I forgot we didn't have a power block embassy with them. That'll do it. That'll do it. Here, have money. Because we really don't need it. Look at the amount. 7,000 a week. Because 130 reasons. Here, Japan, have some money. Oh, if I'd done that a little while ago, it would have been enough. Now it's still only 189. Come on. If we just had a little bit more influence. Stop improving relations with people in the power block that are already past neutral. Is that enough? It's enough! Okay, in just a few weeks, we should be able to invite Japan in. Come on, I believe. And the compulsory private school is now very likely to go through, I feel like. Anti-Western Association, yeah, sure. One more week. It has occurred to me that I did not... Oh, was that a mistake? No, okay, still score chance 0, because they're still happy at +7. God, that could have been really bad. Are they actually going to accept, is the question. With an obligation they are. Let's go. Welcome. The Japanese shogunate is in the British Empire. That's pretty funny. And it looks like the Ottomans will be as well, which is pretty nice. I wonder if we can persuade the Portuguese. The Portuguese are really not looking likely right now. Are they? They're antagonistic. I'll keep improving with them, see if we can get them up. But if we can get the Ottomans to join peacefully, that's, I mean, peacefully. We did take Basra from them, Iraq, which is now a subject. But, yeah, pretty good. Aww. As soon as they join the block, they go up to unrecognized major power. It's probably because I built all that stuff in them. That's annoying. I wonder if there's any way I can... There's no way I can destroy this, is there? I don't think. Oh, but we got that. That's nice. That is unfortunate. So we won't be able to get Japan. But just them being in our power block is pretty sweet. And Japan is a regional power. I mean, Ottomans, rather. Maybe it's them being in our block and therefore having better trade access, actually, that suddenly bumped them up. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not certain what determines what the thresholds are for regional powers, because it's not the top X number. It's more complicated than that. So maybe as we get more and more powerful, it might drop off from being a regional power again. Also, a lobby wants us to do something to Japan, to Russia, so I think we're just going to yoink Alaska off them real quick. A whopping 3 infamy. Haiti may join them. Austria may join them. That would be kind of annoying. But I am not afraid. We will send a huge army over here, ready to invade them, along with a mighty navy. And anyone else that dares join them? Brazil. Interesting. We'll learn the error of their ways. Well, that's a good thing I've been keeping up with my military technology. And most recently, we have now got trench works and wargaming and things. Which means that now I can upgrade all units and our infantry upgrade to trench infantry. It's going to take a moment, but it hopefully will be in time. We are facing off against a pretty sizable forces arrayed against us in this war. Brazil and Austria and Russia, many of which are sending troops down here. I expect they may back down. I've added a lot of troops to the front here, but it doesn't currently look like they're going to. Lots of secondary war goals. If they don't back down, we will be basically balkanizing Brazil. We have forces up here ready to invade. And yes, 50 offense, 51 defense, and rising on these as these troops finish. And they did indeed back down. That's what I thought, Russia. That's what I thought. A lot of people can go back home again now. Maybe I will, in fact, do that war against Brazil anyway, though. Hey, Brazil, you know how you just backed down on a war goal against me? Psych. Many people may side against us, including Spain. Oh no, I was going to say Spain's our friend, but Spain is not our friend. Also, the Ottomans, yeah, 200, but they won't accept, even with an obligation, because they're still antagonistic. Once this gets to plus 50, surely they won't be antagonistic anymore. Anyway, do we still fight this war? I kind of want to test my new troops. Seems fun, right? We'll be fighting Russia, Sweden, Peru, Bolivia, Spain, and a member of our power block. That seems bad. They might just accept, though. They did not. I think we'll just go for it. Well, this heats the war up some. Germany sided against us. That's interesting. That's a problem. Firstly, it's going to break our glorious investment treaty, which we have done well off for a long time. But perhaps Germany has done too well off it. Perhaps we have built too much in Germany. We do own, 62% of their economy, which is kind of insane. That's a problem. They're probably not going to back down with Germany on their side, especially because, we could get France on our side, though. They have Russia as well. They're going to get Spain and probably Finland. Well, we could turn this into a proper European war. I mean, this is a great war right here. That's for damn sure. We could. Okay, so here's the war. This right here is the Great War. We're better prepared than we were in our Russia game by quite a long way. We're trying to liberate Amazonia and the Confederation of the Equator. Brazil has been a thorn in our side for too long. They think they have some kind of claim to Sao Paulo for some reason. So we're going to do that. Then, over here, there's no way to reconquer land on behalf of a subject, which is a choice. But we will liberate Wallonia. Wallonia? Is which you choose a political statement? Is that German versus French pronunciation? I don't know. Anyway, liberate Wallonia and the Rhineland. That is a sizable chunk of German GDP that we could potentially strip away from them there. But it's not a crazy war. It doesn't require us to push all the way to Berlin or anything. Just a nice 100 days offensive in here. I am deploying my pushing armies to Brazil on the premise that I very much hope that my smaller forces will be able to, not my smaller forces, my defensive forces will be able to hold on the border here while we knock Brazil out of the war. It's going to be, we're going to avoid a two-front war, hear me out here, by quickly knocking out the western of our two enemies. And then we'll focus on the east. It's completely different to other strategies you may have heard of. Don't need to go round through Belgium or anything. There's no Schlieffen, it's the other way around. No, wait, that's the same way around. Crap. Anyway, if America joins in the war, that would be problematic. But they don't seem to want to right now, which is good. We could force a member of our power block into the war if we could make them... Oh, yes, and we invited in the Netherlands, so they've joined us, and France, so they've joined us, of course. We can't invite the Ottomans into the power block yet, unfortunately. We're building a bunch in Egypt, but in fact, we're going to delay that building in Egypt because I think all of our armies should get beefed up in anticipation of this being a long and painful war. But you know what? We've kind of achieved everything we want to achieve. Dominance-wise, it's time to flex our muscles. And that being the case, I think I'm just going to keep doing army techs. Give me this. Let's unlock machine gunners. Hell yeah. And then chemical warfare and stuff. And Star Wars. Yes, I know it's not that way around. Anyway, Germany is our main threat. What's your fleet like, Germany? Oh, you have not been investing in fleets. So we're going to come right in and we're going to deny you access to the world market. And you're going to regret your words and your deeds. Russia, how about you? Also, not that good. Love, love that. So we send in the forces. We blockade the bejesus out of this whole region. You probably got a lot of trade centers here. Oh, not for long. I mean, it's kind of a lot. It's not like the East India docks here. With a massive, massive investment there. Okay. I think that's the plan. Let's see how it goes. Yes, they withdraw despite being in the binding period, which makes them infamous, amusingly. Oh, oh, Russia. Oh, Russia, Russia, Russia. Russia was having a play against Persia before this started, and Qing sided with Persia. That's pretty funny. Why is there already a fight here? Ah, the Netherlands is fighting a radical revolt. That's right, I remember. Brazil sided with Russia in the diplomatic play against Persia. So Brazil is probably going to send troops to Qing while we conquer their homeland. Austria sided with Russia, though. Whoa, we got primary school while we were doing that. Let's go. Hell yes. Teach everyone at school precisely what the state tells you to, which is that we have always been hostile to the North German Federation. There has been no friendship between the UK and the North German Federation. Anyone that says differently is a dangerous subversive to be looked upon with distrust. Now, everybody who can, go defense. We have substantial increases. Oh, it's actually already built all of them. Wow. If we take a look at the size of our barracks, you will notice that Ireland and Scotland providing glorious soldiers to the army. And we have many, many, many of them. So yeah, we should be able to cruise through into the Brazilian capital pretty speedily. And then pivot to fighting Germany. And yeah, I was thinking, you know, what's left to do in this campaign? We've tried investing. We've tried being peaceful with the Europeans. We need to balkanize them. It's the only way to secure long-term peace, is to do some proper wars against these European upstarts that think our global empire is something that they can interfere with. We were just enforcing the Monroe Doctrine over here. Monroe, I guess, emigrated. Oh, he was born here. I have no idea if he actually was, but, you know. In this case, I'm afraid the Monroe Doctrine means only Britain is allowed to do anything outside of Europe. I think we're going to be able to hold here. They do have higher offense and defense on average, but our defense is bonkers. It's just that the French are bringing the numbers down. So I think we'll be in a pretty good spot. Let's slow the game down. And yes, that does complete the lobby demand, amusingly, because I thought taking Alaska without them fighting me for it would count. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Can I colonize Alaska? I can. Nice. I thought taking Alaska from them would count, but because they just backed down, it didn't actually complete the lobby demand, because lobby demands are, you know, need a second pass. But so do everything, and that's fine. It's understandable. So they're advancing. We're not. They have trench infantry, I have to imagine, but the Russians won't. How do I... can I not drill down into it? So the Brazilians have line infantry. Oh, that's embarrassing. The Russians have a mix of line and skirmish. They have skirmish. 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 Oh, we might be the only ones. And have these guys fully upgraded to trench? They have. That's where we're getting these hefty defense stats from. Oh yes, and we are bringing our economic might to bear. We are spending 1.4 million a week because of, in no small part, the 1 million we're spending on government buildings. But that's okay. It just means our ammunition manufacturers are going to be very profitable. First battle here, absolutely piddling in scale. Oh, no, it isn't. I thought it said 12 for a second there, but no, there's 100 of them. Okay, and that is going to go our way. Many, many will die. Whoa, 624 versus 500. This is the largest battle I have ever seen by some margin. It's close too. What is this? 18 offense? But it looks like we are winning so far. And as long as we can win down here in Brazil, which I have no doubt that we can, then we will be able to bring suddenly a huge force up here. And the blockade will, of course, yeah, it's not complete. It is complete over here, actually. So maybe I should move some more forces over here to try and increase the blockade over here. But it will start causing serious problems for them. I do enjoy the roleplay elements of, you know, we tried Concert of Europe, we tried balance between the powers, but they just couldn't stop themselves from interfering in my overseas business. And so now they will suffer for it. And these battles are all going our way except this one. Good defense. But yeah, a lot of our people getting killed here. It's probably because of the presence of cut. These guys are not... Oh, they've got pretty darn good defense, honestly. 74. Wow, look at this region. Is this just devastation or is there... No, they're fighting their way through a flood and a heat wave. What a terrible, terrible time to be in Holland. That is brutal. Oh, the second round of battles are not going as close as the first. That first one, by the way, they did end up... Oh, actually, I think that was a new one. That could be problematic. No, that was the first one. Did end up with a good casualty ratio in our favor, but look at this one. Wow. It's a lot of dead Germans. That's a great deal of dead Germans. The French were briefly considering launching an offensive, which don't do that. We're investing in munitions plants in America right now. That seems timely. The entrenched front. Heavy use of trenches at Sao Paulo has turned it into a blasted landscape. We get trench rat. More defense. Nice. But we get some problems. Or, ooh, 6,000 progress on this? Hell yeah. Absolutely. Or 8,000 on stormtroopers. Nah, that's ahead of time. We'll do this. Nice. Stormtroopers could have been game changing, but we're not gonna research ahead of time, I don't think. Very nice. Because we've gone kind of anti tech spread build, so we don't want to just kind of go ahead of time while other stuff tech spreads. We look at that. When this war started, there were 500,000 on each side. Now 400 on our side and 200 on their side. And we are owning them down here. Where the heck's the front gone? Oh, there it is. They pushed us out of Rio de Janeiro. Oh, as soon as we took this province, it started a new front. And then by the time these guys walked over, it had done it. It started a new damn front. That's annoying. And Germany is winning this defense. Oh, it's not my armies launching the offensive. I see. Understandable. Brazil is losing war support regardless. Oh, no, they're not. We do need a capital. Push in. Take the capital. I've decided on something that we're going to do as well. Right now, our enemies have fleets of smaller than 100 ships. I think every single one of our 5 fleets should be large enough to take on the entire enemy fleet. That just seems pleasing to me. So we are running out of space. So what I'm going to do is build 5 fleets of 100 ships. That way, even if we have to fight everyone at once, we'll win. Which seems fun, you must confess. We are going to need to build quite substantially more infrastructure in these parts because we're going seriously over the limit on infrastructure, but it's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there. Has the flooding stopped yet? No. Still? Is this a new heat wave? I think it is. Oh, God. This is a terrible flood. We're also going to use this moment of violence and war to just quietly revoke liberty, I think. The stall chance here is from Yeah, the fact that our leader is still a radical. It's probably not going to happen, is it? Alright, we won't do that. Not right now. Fine. Fine, fine. Can we get better poor laws or labor rights going? Trade unions endorse it, but it would actually make the industrialists very unhappy, so I don't think we can. The front has stalled out, by the way. It's entirely possible we won't be able to get any land off Germany for this war, but as long as we break up Brazil, I think we're teaching them a lesson, and then we can just bulk up in preparation for our next war with them, which should be good. Plus, it's given us very secure relations with France, and Russia is losing to Qing, which is very funny. Okay, so we've got military access through the Ottomans by giving them a bunch of money. I kind of forgot that you could just give people a bunch of money. We're not going to de-escalate because Austria is arming the natives. What are you talking about? We are, I think, therefore able to invade by land using Austrian territory. Is that how that works? It doesn't seem to be how that works. Well, never mind. But this will get them firmly in our power block, I think. They're wary rather than antagonistic, which makes it much more doable. Brazil is going to be pushed to surrender relatively soon. Oh, I forgot you can hover here. That's nice design. I like that. So we should be able to push them out, freeing up about 300 troops to move to this front. Our forces are all slowly getting larger as they employ up. We are, I think, though, going to start having some fairly serious labor shortages. I may have to look into some more automation techs in the near future and taking a hit on profit in order to increase productivity on quite a few of these factories. So the other thing is we can't upgrade. Oh, that's why. We need radios for siege artillery. So our whole not doing any production tech and just relying on society and military tech to see us through is not working so well. Okay, in that case, forget military tech for a second. Let's try and invent radios, but without the siege artillery, I don't think we're going to be able to break through. Even with all of these extra men that we just got. And let's stay on the fence for a second while we move them. Of course, these guys managed to get themselves exiled. So they're going to lose a whole bunch. Ooh, heavy barrage. 75 devastation. Sorry, 75% extra devastation and 25% kill rate. That is gnarly. It's the kind of thing we want to bring to bear over here. Okay, so an explorative offensive led by General Frederick Roberts, who is an Irish Protestant. Let's take a look at how an offensive would go on this front at the moment. I suspect, but also set a suitable objective. I suspect not well, but we do outnumber them quite dramatically. And we do have quite a lot of offense. So let's just see what this would look like. Maybe I should take cut off the front, given their cavalry contingent. But we'll see. We'll see. Lot of dead from attrition. A lot of wounded from attrition. But we'll see. I mean, our advantage is not that substantial. We basically need to bring our technological advantage to bear by inventing radio, I think. Well, let's see. Yes, no, the defense is very substantial. There's lots of chances of mud along the front line. It's not going to happen. So let's just end this war and come back with... Why can't I do this? Because France doesn't want it. Okay. Well, I don't think there's any way for me to let the Germans into France. So we're just going to have to wait on the front for a while until the French decide that they want a white peace. It's kind of odd that... No, that's right. Separate people can't white peace out. You can just be forced out of the war. That's right. Meanwhile, I've started a whole load of power block plays around the world, where we're going to be doing our best to grab a whole load of extra people. And once we've finished grabbing them all into the power block, which will lower the cohesion, we're then going to spend some time subjugating them all, which will further tank the cohesion and mean that more people can't join for a while. So we want to try and get as many in as possible before we begin that kind of age of low cohesion, basically. But yeah, we have lots of money and we're very powerful, so people are very willing to accept our power block things at the moment. So sorry if you're one of the 300,000 people whose family member became a casualty because of my little test. Wow. That's pretty bloody. But yeah, we need the siege artillery. And preferably, I mean, by the time we next go to war with them, this is going to be done in 6 years. So by the time the truce is done, we could be coming in with machine guns and trench artillery. The thing is, there's a lot of naval tech we need to get before we can get something like chemical warfare. Stormtroopers. That's NCO training. Squad infantry. 40 and 50. What is that like compared to our current trench infantry? That's quite a lot better. That's quite a lot better. But yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to get anything from this tech section before the next war. So we'll just see what we can do with better rifles and radios allowing us to have our siege artillery in the next conflict against Germany. Maybe we can find a conflict against someone smaller to continue our progress towards becoming the #1 and only great power in the region, or not in the region, in the world, which would be nice. We'll see. So I'm considering attacking the US. So I took my my offensive armies off this front. And despite us outnumbering them dramatically, still, they launched all these offensives and they're going predictably for the Germans. Very bad idea, Germany. Very bad idea. Ooh, new ruler. And they're another radical. Are you kidding me? That's frustrating. Everyone wants to join the one party right now, which is annoying. Okay, so this should be peace with Germany just as war with America breaks out. And we have just entered our credit. This is a very expensive war. I'm remembering why we stay away from the European wars. But there is white peace, which is good. And these guys can all demobilize now. Meanwhile, we've invented cars. So we're going to build a ton of those, and then potentially next time we go to war, we could be looking at active truck transport for 30% formation speed. It's not that much better than train, honestly. So maybe we won't bother, actually. But we'll see. I'm not even using train on a bunch of them, because I don't think we need to. Yeah, machine guns. Machine guns where it's going to get exciting. Also exciting, massive naval invasion of the District of Columbia, which we are now experienced invaders of, by the way, using this glorious army and a humongous fleet. They are immediately advancing against us on both of these fronts, and these are my offensive armies. But I think I'm still going to hold them back. Oh my god. It's a massacre. Less of a dunk, but still a dunk on that front. And while they're busy fighting over there, let's see if these guys can manage to land. I like our odds. I don't know, though, when more of them show up. So we established has control of the sea node, preparing for invasion. So there's a little delay as they prepare for the invasion, which is why it looks like they're doing a kind of gentlemanly wait as they, yeah, so there goes the advance. Pretty sure we're going to win that one. We outnumber them more to 2-1, and our troops are wildly better than them. So New England and New York are about to be liberated. I feel like last time we did this, it split New York in half, or is it the whole province? I guess we'll see pretty shortly. Austria did join. Someone else as well, someone irrelevant. Sweden, no offense, Sweden, did also join. And there's our level 5 investment. Nice. Very nice. It pains me that America is more literate than us. So, we're going to come in here and ruin their day, is the plan. And yeah, after those 1 attacks, we now have humongous advantages because all of our many, many protectorates have rocked up. Speaking of which, welcome Amazonas and Confederation of the Equator to the power block. Glorious. Look at that. It's getting bigger. Time to start subjugating people. Let's start with... Yeah, and we can do it to you, right? We can, once they've been in for long enough. We can just protectorate the Ottoman. You still not, I assume? Yes. Which is a shame, but oh well. Let's start with Transvaal. So, my subjects managed to land Austria, which is pretty funny because I didn't add war goals against Austria in this war because I assumed we wouldn't be able to land against them. But, I mean, if the Belgians and British Army, Indian Army can, then next time I think we might be doing something about Hungarian independence. I'm also going to yoink all of their colonies they got in the Pacific. And the reason they got these colonies is literally because I completely forgot that when we got malaria prevention, you can colonize over here. Because, be fair to me, from a flavor perspective, that makes no sense at all. But there we go. Yoink. And I think all of the rest of these are in Africa. Yes. Good. Welcome to the world, New England. Ah, that's right. They don't get the whole state. I remember. Now, are we going to be able to get both of these into the block? I imagine so. Let's take a look after a monthly tick here. Excuse me. Okay, no, not right now. What about after you give me the rights to buy everything in your country? You're not keen on it. Don't worry, you will be in a moment. We'll guarantee your independence. Yoink. You want to swap this bit for this bit. You know what? That would look neater. Sure. I'm okay with it. No idea if it's a profitable trade. Almost certainly not. But I don't care. You... That's probably enough. That's definitely enough. Nice. Sorry about that, America. Look at that GDP line. To be fair to them, our GDP line does have a little dip. You can see where we fought Germany. Now, we've got to that point in the game where you have to build local goods, like electricity, and then deal with PMs on a province-by-province basis. So once again, I'm going to say this might be the end of the series, because that sounds really boring. I'm going to go play Factorio instead. But I might come back. Who knows? You know, because you know if the video is over or not. I don't know if it is the end. Once again, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video or in 1 second.